was when I started the whole process. And then we launched to July 2011 when I was a stay-at-home mom with my child. And as they say, the rest is history, but that's the whole genesis of how Lagos Moms came about. Exceptional mom shape the future. You know, I get this comment a lot that children today are different. Children of today, they're just different. They're just different. And I keep saying, are they different? Or are we the ones that are different? There are some things we would never have thought of doing when we were kids. But today you do it, or kids do it. The parents just say, these children. You just laugh and you leave them. So if you're not teaching them what's right, what's wrong, they're not the ones that's different. You know, it's us, it's the world around them that I feel has changed. So to raise an independent child, whether you're 19th century, 20th century, you need the same things, right? You need values, you need integrity, you need grit, you need resilience, you need the ability to think out of the box, which I think is even more important today than before. In the past, you would get a job. I mean, you go to school, you graduate, you get a job. You work somewhere for a long time and you retire. Your pension is enough for the rest of your life. That doesn't happen anymore. There are not even enough jobs to go around. So we need to raise children today that can actually create their own opportunities and create their own experiences. So I say children today need the same things we always needed: love, nurture, an enabling environment, knowing that their parents love them unconditionally. But then we also need to raise them to still have the grit and the ability to do things themselves. So for example, I don't subscribe to the idea that if every child, when children go into a competition, you know, there are some places that believe whether you come first, you come last, you should get a trophy to celebrate you. All those things are setting children up for challenges in the future because nobody celebrates you for just showing up in real life. You get celebrated for doing hard work, for going over and beyond, and for doing more than is expected. You know, status quo doesn't work anymore. So those are some of the things I think are very different. I also say that I'm not raising children, right? I'm raising an adult. I'm raising adults. So I project, I call it parent visioning. And I'm projecting the kind of adult I want my daughter to be, I want my son to be. I want to be able to have a conversation with them. I imagine them as adults and we're having a conversation. What kind of person would I want them to be? So I have, you know, my husband and I, we have like a list of what are the things we would like them to be able to do. And then you start working backwards. So for example, they have chores. They're not going to suddenly learn how to make the bed when they're 30 or when they get married. So right now, can they clean up after themselves? How are they with people? Are they saying good morning, thank you? You know, are they polite? All those things are very important to instill now from a young age. So those are some of the things that I think are very important in it to go, that you have to focus on when you're raising children for the future. And it's very important that we raise children that are God-fearing, but not just fearing God and knowing God exists as if it's a storybook or it's something to be scared about. You know, there's a healthy fear of God. Imagine your child. Yeah, he or she is a baby now. Or maybe they're still just breastfeeding, but just imagine, what do I want this child to become? And I don't mean in terms of control. I don't mean in terms of saying, I want you to be a doctor. That's not what I'm talking about. You can't force any child to do what it is they don't want to do. However, there are some values you can have in mind and make it fun too. If your child, for example, my children, one of them likes to dance and sing and all those things. So she's in dance club in school. I bought her a karaoke set when she was about 5. So right now she can sing Whitney Houston for you as if, you know. But the point is you have to be fun and be creative. So if a child likes something, encourage them. My son likes to build things. I remember the first time we had a bad computer in the house. It wasn't working anymore. And he asked me to take it apart. So my first thought was, an African parent, what do you mean? How can you waste? But then I thought, wait, that's how Bill Gates started. I said, please, go ahead. You know, he took it apart. And very excitedly, he showed me, oh, this is what is under the mouse. Oh, this is what, do you understand? So he was and up to today, he likes to build things and put things together. So my point being, as a parent, you don't have all the answers, but you need to be able to have your plan and then listen to God, who helps you see that, okay, this child is good in A, B, C, D. There's a reason this child can do this, that child cannot do. How can you, as a parent, encourage them? And it's not about spending a lot of money. It doesn't have to be about spending a lot of money. Recently, we bought him parts from the market to build a circuit himself at home. a bulb, a wire here. Do you understand? So you can encourage your child without spending millions and a lot. It's about you being a very involved parent. And then you just help your child thrive. And parenting is one of those things that you don't get a pass grade along the way. You only know if you've passed when they become adults. Peer pressure is real. You know, right now, peer pressure comes from so many angles. Before, first of all, TV only came on at 4 o'clock. But when you see those bars that shows you that NTA has come on, and by 8 o'clock, TV was finished. That was it. Now the influence is 24/7 from all areas. If it's not social media, it's YouTube, it's Google. There's always something, you know, bombarding children. And then our children today can very easily get lost in a virtual world. Once they get behind their screen, that's it. You don't know what's happening. And a lot of parents are very permissive. Permissive means do what you want. And a lot of parents are doing that when it comes to online. We're the ones that provide them the devices. We're the ones that gives them the internet. But we don't protect them. We don't tell them what to do. We don't tell them what's not safe. We don't tell them I'm a stranger online. Because I tell you I'm poor and I live in Ikoyi and I'm 12 years old. Does that mean I'm poor in Ikoyi and 12 years old? I could be Mr. Shukaram in anyway. The point is, you know, a stranger online is even more dangerous than a stranger face to face. So peer pressure is real. Children today from 8 years old are asking us, when can I get on social media? I want a phone. I want to get on social media. Peer pressure is also coming because their friends have it and their friends are asking for it. So if you as a parent haven't had the time and the conversation with them to say, you're not getting on social media till you're 13 or 14 or 15 for this reason, or I'm not getting you a phone for these reasons, they are feeling the pressure from outside because all their friends have it, right? So how do you raise a child where your own is no, 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 because you're protecting them, but all they're seeing is friends outside? So it's a real struggle. But the only way to come across it or to help is to make sure that you're communicating with them. I believe in communicating with your children as much as possible. Let them understand why. Let them understand if you say yes, why are you saying yes? If you say not yet, why are you saying not yet? Let them understand what it is what's your reason. You know, confident children can only be confident if you allow them to make their own mistakes, right? And I feel that a lot of parents today were helicopter parenting. Everybody is hovering. You know, I heard something recently that some employers said that they have millennials in their office space. The person is not eligible for days or vacation days, holiday. And the person's mother and father are calling the boss to say, please now, let my child go on holiday. What are we doing? An adult that's holding a job is having their parent call their boss to beg for vacation. You know, so you have to wonder what happened? Where did we get all these things wrong? So I think we need to really go back to the drawing board and say for a child to be confident, they need to know that there are consequences to every behavior. There are good consequences and there are bad consequences. But sometimes you need to let them learn the hard way so that when they learn, they won't repeat those things. But if you're always there to just, you know, do everything for them, make them feel better, sugarcoat life, they will wake up one day and come back and say, you didn't prepare us for the world out there, you know? So those are some of the things I think we can do, is to sit back as parents and also share our experiences with them. All of you didn't get A in school. Stop telling your children you all came first in class. We didn't. So let's be honest with them that, look, you know, this is what happened. This is what I learned. Maybe I failed in this area. I wish I had done things differently. Let them see what you are going through within reason. Obviously, let it be age appropriate, but let them see that mommy and daddy are real human beings who have experienced the same things as we did. And therefore, when they see that you are real and they can communicate with you, they can talk with you, the confidence is being built, because when they hear something outside, they can come and say, this is what XYZ said. Is it true? This is what I found on Google. Is it true? But if you are not there, they haven't built that with you, they're never going to ask you those questions. And they'll take their own decision, take their action, and sometimes the ramification of that is really high. So to that question about how do you deal with an unserious child, you know, I don't like using those kind of labels, honestly. When they say a child is stubborn, a child doesn't hear word, what does all of that mean, right? So a child that doesn't seem to be serious, when you trace it, there are many reasons. It's possible the child is not enjoying school. That could be that the teacher is not engaging him or her. The child could be bored in traditional school. It's possible that that child has been compared so much to other people, either their siblings, their classmates, that the child just starts to feel like, well, if you're always comparing me and I can't live up to XYZ, then I might as well not bother trying. So it's funny, I said earlier that I only wanted to have 2 children. And the reason I wanted only 2 children was, as a middle child, I was compared a lot to my older one and my younger one. And I felt it was a function of being a middle child. So I said, I'm not going to have 3 children. It's either I have 2 or I have 4. If I have 2, it's just A or B. And I don't compare my children. They're very different. So I make sure that I celebrate because every child is excellent. Every child is gifted. So I think it's very important for parents to stop comparing. Comparing can kill a child's spirit. And once you start labeling a child, you are not serious. See your mates. That's all the child is hearing. And the child is just... And also, I'm something called neuro-linguistic neuro-linguistic practitioner. What that means is that it's a science that says our brains it's like a muscle. Our brain is a muscle, just the same way everything else is a muscle now. But if you want to be buff, you're going to be going to the gym and carrying weights. It's the same thing with your brain. Your subconscious is very important. The things you are saying, the person that we are today as adults, is a lot of baggage from all the things you heard from every teacher, your mother, your father, culture. You just pack everything and say, this is who I am today. But if you peel the layers, you are who you are today because of all those inputs. So if you've never sat down to say, me, XYZ, this is how I am, for these reasons, you will just keep replaying those things. And those are the parents many times that just pour everything out, their frustration, everything, they pour it out onto the child. So it's possible that they are seeing that child as unserious because the child is reminding them that they were unserious when they were in school. So they are lashing out at the child that you're unserious and you're not going to suffer like me. So they put so much on the child and the child does what? Rebels and says, okay, fine, I'm not serious. What do you want to do about it? So what I would say is be very careful to use labels. Don't compare children and try and understand why they are not interested. It's only in Nigeria that everybody must go to school. Some children don't have to be in traditional school. Some of them are so good with their hands. They're creative. I'm not saying we should use examples of those that dropped out of university that have become successful, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying drop out of school. But some children, honestly, are not being properly engaged in school. And as a result, they tune out. They are not interested. What they're really interested in, they're not being allowed to do it. So when they are not doing what they are really wired to do properly, the one that you are forcing them to do, they're not doing it properly. So those are one of the things you can do. And then lastly, I know this is not really our culture, but it's important that if a child is really struggling, sometimes they need to see somebody. They need to see a professional. It could be attention deficit. It could be a child is on a spectrum and you don't know. It could be that the child is being abused and you don't know. There are so many things that sometimes the child would only open up when they are with a professional. But of course, that's an extreme case. But if as a parent, you tried everything within your ability and you're not seeing the child thrive, then you might need to see somebody else. Exceptional mom shape the future. You have to, there's that question about, are people born leaders? Or are leaders raised? I think leaders are raised. And I think leaders, when you look at I love reading biographies. So I have many mentors in my life, and many of them, they've mentored me through a book. And when you read about people's lives, what they've done, how they've achieved, very rarely will you see a comfortable child who just went to school, passed in school, was just perfect. No, many times they're the ones that ask questions. They're the ones that want to try something different and their parents enable them to. They're the ones that come through challenges that they've just had to, force their way through and say, I'm not going to let this take me down. So leadership skills are what does it mean to be a leader? It means to be able to get people to listen. It means to be able to build consensus. It means to be able to work with a team. It means to be creative. You can't be a leader if you're not creative. It means to be able to respect people and then they respect you back. So it means many, many different things. And if you look at some of our situations in the country that we are today and anywhere in the world, poor leaders were all raised in a home. Many times we say that family is the bedrock of society, but I suspect that many times we don't understand what that means. Everybody that's a leader today, whether good, whether bad, they came from a home. They came from a family. So it all starts from somewhere. So back to your point on leadership, I honestly think every child is a leader in their own right, but not everybody is going to be a CEO. Not everybody is going to be a president. No, but wherever you are, in your home, in your family, in your community, in your place of worship, in your school, we should all be leaders. We should be able to stand for something. And I think leadership means standing for something where they know, this person, this is who they are. So my children, for example, I tell them and I pray a lot. I say, look, you'll be positive influences. So don't come home and tell me that this person made me do this. What about you? Don't you have your own ideas? So I push my children as well. They are mini me in terms of everything good I want to put in them. But I also have to be careful not to put so much pressure on be a perfect child. Nobody's perfect. However, we all have to know what works. And even in jobs today, nobody wants a yes ma or a yes sir. I can get a computer to do that. Thank God for robotics and AI. I can get, there are virtual assistants now that if you tell them Monday morning, send out, they will do it for you. So I don't need a human being to be in any office. That's just yes. Is that what you want me to do? I can do it. So we are creating an environment now where our children have to be leaders to even get a job today, to stay in a job, to stay relevant in this world, to continue to grow. There are businesses popping up every day, left, right, and then you now be boring and just stay like this and say, oh, I just do what I'm told. You won't succeed. So as parents, we have to help children realize that, your future is really, 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 really yours to make. But there are certain mistakes that you can avoid. And that's where the helicopter parenting should come in just a little bit, just a tad. There's some mistakes that children shouldn't have to learn the hard way. That's why we have mentors. That's why we have older people that have done it before. And I say everybody needs a mentor, no matter how old you are. I have many mentors who see beyond what I see. So they help me to say, but this is what you said 6 months ago. What are you struggling with? What do you need help? Sometimes all you need to do is say it to somebody, and they'll say the thing that helps you run. So imagine you are now not just a parent, but you're also mentoring your children. They come up with an idea, and you say, oh, that's an interesting idea. Where did that come from? What do you think? How can you develop it? So that child is constantly, like my kids, they ask questions. I said when I was growing up, my mom used to say, man, your questions. But rather than seeing it as so many questions, I encourage it. So I'm like, you have asked me questions, because you're not asking me, you're asking somebody else, Abi. And I want to be the loudest voice. My husband and I should be the loudest voice in our children's ear. So ask me the question, because that's how I see, and that's how as a parent, you will see the skills your child has. You will know if your child is a leader in the making. You will know if your child is a creative person, just wants to continue to make. My daughter knows how to upcycle. So she will take old clothes, and by the time she will jam it together, I'm like, wow, okay, this is, So encourage everything and make it fun, and then your kids themselves look forward to hanging out with you as a parent.
Nigeria, our great nation with vast and rich land. Our people are strong and united. Our founding fathers, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and a host of others bequeathed us a united, peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Let us honor them by living in peace with one another. Let us eschew violence, ethnic profiling, and religious bigotry. We must avoid hate speech and other forms of derogatory words against our fellow Nigerians. Let our differences in tribes, cultures, religions, or politics be the ingredients that make our unity palatable. Let us all join hands to fight our common enemies of insecurity, poverty, and unemployment. Nigeria.
African Finance Summit underway in Paris. Top on agenda, coronavirus pandemic and burden on countries. 2021 UTME extended by 2 weeks, and on the program today, focus is on the new restrictions by the federal government to fight new variant of COVID-19. Good afternoon, this is Panorama from the Benin Network Center. Thank you for joining us. I am Agatha Egwari Uju. President Muhammadu Buhari will depart Abuja this Sunday for Paris, France, on a 4-day official visit to attend African Finance Summit, which will focus on reviewing the African economy following shocks from coronavirus pandemic and getting relief, especially from increased debt burden on countries. The summit, to be hosted by President Emmanuel Macron, will draw major stakeholders in global finance institutions and some heads of government who will collectively discuss external funding and debt treatment for Africa and private sector reforms. During the visit, President Buhari will meet the French president to discuss growing security threats in Sahel and the Lake Chad region, political relations, economic ties, climate change, and partnership in buoying the health sector, particularly in checking the spread of COVID-19, which with more research and vaccines. Before returning to Nigeria, President Buhari will receive some key players in the oil and gas sector, engineering and telecommunications, European Council and European Union representatives for foreign and security policy and commission, and members of the Nigerian community. The President will be accompanied by Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, Minister of Trade and Investment, Otumba Adeniyi Adebayo, and Minister of Health, Dr. Osagi Ihanire. Also on the trip are National Security Advisor, Major General Babagana Monguno, retired, and Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, Ambassador Ahmed Abubakar. Our President Buhari has put a phone call across to his Turkish counterpart, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. The president, who had fruitful discussions, expressed satisfaction with existing bilateral ties between the two countries and called for greater Turkish participation in the economy and the humanitarian efforts in the northeast. President Buhari used the occasion to, on behalf of himself, the government and people of Nigeria, extend a sincere message of goodwill and felicitation on the important occasion of Eid al-Fitr to the President and people of Turkey. He expressed gratitude to Allah for sparing our lives and granting us the ability to perform the important obligations of the months of Ramadan. The two leaders expressed their earnest desire for peace and stability to reign in the world and for an end to all ongoing conflicts, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, in furtherance to the call by President Muhammadu Buhari on strategic leaders to close ranks for the unity and stability of the country, some religious leaders in Kaduna have resolved to collaborate in promoting peaceful coexistence and tackling the prevailing security challenges. Adamu Sunday reports that renowned Islamic scholar Sheikh Ahmad Mahmoud Gumi and his Christian counterpart, Pastor Yohana Buru, made the commitment in Kaduna.
Felicitate with Sheikh Ahmed Mahmoud Gumi and the entire Muslim Ummah on the successful completion of the Ramadan fast and each free Salah celebration. Pastor Yohana Buru came. On the strength of national unity, cohesion, and tackling the challenges of security bedeviling the nation, the two leaders are on the same page.
My Bible tells me, come, let us reason together. Let's reconcile. Make peace with all men at all costs. With holiness, we see God. Blessed are the peacemakers. Peace is our watchword. Peace is what we want in Nigeria. If negotiating on dialogue table will bring the solution to us, let's go.
We are all Nigerians. We should stop hostilities and see it go between men. Men of consciousness go in between and resolve this matter. It's resolvable. It's achievable.
The clerics reiterate commitment to a united and prosperous Nigeria, urging the people to shun petty differences and pray for the leaders. In Kaduna, Adamu Sunday, NTA News.
The Oba of Benin, His Royal Majesty Oba Ewaye II, has joined the call for financial autonomy for the judicial arm of government. This call was made when the outgoing Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Esther Edigin, visited him in his palace in Benin City. Dennis Temple now reports.
The Benin monarch harped on the need for effective law and order to be upheld. He also emphasized that equity, justice, and fair play must be enshrined, noting that it is absurd for another arm of government to be under another, as a practice threatens to impair the delivery of justice. The Oba of Benin enjoined Judicial Workers Union across the country and other well-meaning individuals to prevail on the federal and state governments to grant autonomy to the judiciary in line with the constitution of the country. Justice Esther Edigin told the Oba of Benin that she will be disengaging from the Edo State Judiciary on the 17th of May 2021 after attaining the mandatory age of retirement. The principal officers of Edo State Judiciary and other arrays of senior judicial officers accompanied the outgoing Chief Judge on a visit. In Benin, Dennis Temple, NTA News.
This is Panorama. Time for a break. We'll be back shortly for more reports. Stay with us.
The struggle for independence had been a long and tough one. Our founding fathers and compatriots sacrificed their comfort and even shed their blood. We cannot at this point in history afford to spirit away their sacrifices for immediate but temporary gains of today. Let us emphasize what unites and not what divides us. Working for the unity of purpose with a stronger vision for a better tomorrow. NTA, growing with the nation.
Together, no matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together. Let's stop fighting each other. Let us live as one. It doesn't matter where you come from, your tribe or religion, man, woman or child. It doesn't matter who you are. Put Nigeria first. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together. How can we develop when we're always in crisis? Families have become refugees in their country. No matter our differences, show some understanding. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together.
The Council of Our Fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days. You probably do not know what it is.
I believe we have fought one civil war too many in this country. So those who experience it will run away from it.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
Thank you for staying tuned and to Health Matters Now. Edo State government says there's no record of Indian COVID-19 variant in the state as being suggested in some reports. Governor Godwin Obaseki, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, gave this information while briefing newsmen on the successes recorded in the war against the first and second wave of the virus in the state. Goodluck Inaini reports.
According to reports, the strain of the COVID-19 variant originated in India and was found detected in Edo and Osun states by the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases. The Permanent Secretary, while explaining the state readiness to any eventuality, called on the people of the state to comply with the proper use of face masks, hand-washing practices, among other preventive measures.
For those states, while noting some of these pandemic measures control, we are also doing so much, and we are also making our own state stand out amongst other states in the country to ensure that what is done here is most appropriate and is also giving us results, which can be evidence from what we are seeing in our control measures already put in place.
Expert projects that if citizens continue to live their lives without compliance with stipulated guidelines, the third wave of the virus could present itself sooner than expected.
It's very important that we limit our movement, and if we have to move, let's keep social distance. It's very, very important, and above all, let's get vaccinated. It's very, very important because we need to take responsibility.
In Benin, Goodluck Inaini, NTA News.
Update, there are 41 new cases of COVID-19 infections in Nigeria. A breakdown indicates that Lagos has 16, Yobe 14, Rivers and the FCT 3 new cases each. Akwa Ibom and Bayelsa 2 and 1 in Edo. So far, 165,702 cases have been confirmed by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. 156,412 patients have been treated successfully and discharged, while 2,066 deaths have been recorded. Meantime, Nigerians are reacting to the federal government's reintroduction of restrictions nationwide to consolidate on successes in the fight against COVID-19 and guard against the new wave of community transmission. Here are the views of some Benin residents. Even though government has since begun the rollout of COVID-19 vaccine, it has confirmed shortage in global supplies affected by the situation in India. This, it says, translates to delay in vaccinating a large proportion of its population and consequently risk of another spike, especially with low adherence to safety protocols. To guard against the renewed spike, government reintroduced curfew from 12 to 4 o'clock in the morning, mandatory temperature checks and no face mask, no entry policy in government institutions, as well as a reduction in any public gathering to 50, while bars, hotels and recreational centers are to remain closed. These Benin residents want Nigerians to take responsibility.
As government said, it's better to abide with the law because they know better.
But so many business people, they are going to have a negative effect of this. And most especially those who are business owners of recreation, their employers especially too, they are going to be affected.
They are doing the right thing. So they have to take it easy on people, understand?
They believe government has done well in containing the virus, but Nigerians must play their part to keep the nation healthy. And to speak more on reintroduction of COVID-19 restrictions and the new variant is the Director, Center for Disease Control, Edo State, Dr. Osa Bruce. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Panorama.
Thank you very much, too. Thank you.
All right. For starters, can you quickly tell us the status now in the country? Is there a positive outlook in Edo against the new variant? I've just watched the PS, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, talking about that earlier. Can you elaborate, please?
Yes, there's a new variant, the Indian variant. But if you really look at it, when we got the story that there is the variant in Osun and Edo State, we had to go and really investigate it. And from what we've seen, because the report was given to Nigerian Center for Disease Control, so we had to reach out to the Director General, Dr. Chikoye Kwazo, and the report he gave was that the variant that they saw in Osun and Edo State, the samples were sent to the centers in January. Because since the first wave, what Nigerian Center for Disease Control has done is to try and see that they build the capacity of some laboratory, the centers in the country to be able to do genomic sequencing. Because that genomic sequencing, you really know where the virus is coming from, the type of virus that it is. So 4 centers have been built to that capacity to do genomic sequencing in the country. And one of the centers is the one in Redeemer University that found out that the same variant that the India has, that we had it in January. And yeah, it even predicted the one in India, the one that is causing havoc in India. But the only thing that the Professor Christian Happy, who did the test, said was that it's the same variant, but the one in India has undergone some form of change, mutation.
Okay, mutations.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is it. So there is no cause for alarm because we had that same type of variant in the States in January because the test, the sample was sent to them in January. Because what they do in the country, they randomly send samples to these centers for genomic sequencing, and it was found out that the variant that is causing havoc in India now, we had it in January, and we did not have anything, no untoward effect. But what that one means is that the one that is causing havoc now in India has undergone some change, mutation. We should be strict with our policies to prevent it from coming from India to this place, because rarely people move and there are no restrictions. Persons can carry it from India or from any part of the world to this country. That is why Nigerian Center for Disease Control and the Presidential Task Force had to bring out restrictions so that prevention is always better than cure. We all see what is happening in India, and I know by grace of God, with all these measures that have been put in place in our country, it will not be transported or imported into our country.
Okay, what is the disposition of the people in Edo State towards a reintroduction of restrictions in terms of enforcement and compliance of these new restrictions?
Yes, just last week here, to precise, I think on Friday or Thursday, that the restriction, the governor, His Excellency Noria Obaseki, addressed a press conference, and the restrictions were brought out. And really, if you really look at it, Edo State are always very proactive, because even before the PTF brought out their restrictions, we've already laid down what we do, and in order to make sure that Edo State is free from not just COVID-19 alone, from other infectious diseases. And really, what we have to do, we have to enforce it and let the people know. People are already seeing it, what is happening in India. We know it will not come to this country by the grace of God, but we have to do our own bit. Our own bit is to make sure the restrictions that we've put in place, the NPI, that's the non-pharmacological intervention that we put in place, people adhere strictly with it. And when we do this, it will not come here.
Okay, how is the vaccination process going? The federal government has said, yes, second doses of vaccine people can start taking it now. Have you started in Edo?
No, that's the second dose of the first phase.
Yeah.
Yes, we've not started because we are still that first dose, first phase, the first dose, we've not ended it. We are ending it this Friday because we saw that the interval between the two doses, at least 6 weeks. And from the dose that they brought to the state, we know that the expiring date is in July. So if we carry a little bit till Friday to accommodate many people, because our target population in this first phase, we've almost hit 90% of it. We are about 84, 85%. So when we have an additional 1 week, more people will be captured. So that's what we are doing. The first phase and the first dose will be ending this Friday. Then we will now start the second dose of the first phase.
Okay, what about the vaccination for teachers? What's surrounding that? Teachers must be vaccinated.
Yes, if we look at it, on Friday when we were bringing out the technical committee for schools and not just schools alone, other places, when we brought out our own recommendation, you know, before this time when the second wave started, the schools in the municipal, already Ikbubaka and Igor, they were going to school in two phases. Some will go in the morning, some will go in the afternoon.
Morning section, afternoon section. That's
but this time around, because of the data that we were getting, the cases were coming down, people were more compliant to the interventions. We had to make sure, since the school just started for the third term, we said, okay, there should be one section, just in the morning. And when they go in the morning, we know that majority, the persons that we are talking about in the schools, they meet with teachers. Yeah. And if the teachers are not vaccinated, you cannot know whether the teacher will not take the COVID-19 to the students. But if you look at it, the WHO rightly said that people that to be vaccinated 18 years and above. What about the people that are below 18 years? And if you look at it, if the teachers that meet with them regularly and they meet with persons from other teachers are also, how will I put it now, there are persons that meet with people regularly in the society, so they need to be vaccinated.
Any challenges from the vaccination of teachers?
Not really, because we rolled it out last week and it is going on smoothly.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Bruce Osa, Director, Center for Disease Control, Edo State. Thank you so much for your time on Panorama.
Thank you very much.
Moving on now, the Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, JAMB, has extended registration of candidates for the 2021 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination and that of direct entry candidates for another 2 weeks. Registrar of JAMB, Professor Ishak Oloyede, stated this at the end of a 2-day stakeholders meeting in Abuja. Olayinka Ujo reports that the registration exercise will now end on May 29, 2021.
These stakeholders consist of representatives of the Federal Ministry of Education, the National Identity Management Commission, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, the National Office of Servicom, Nigerian Communications Commission, telecommunication companies, and digital service providers. And for 2 days, they deliberated following reports of widespread delay in the ongoing registration of candidates for the 2021 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, as well as those for direct entry on the way forward.
Candidates' non-compliance with registration requirements, using wrong format to generate profile code while sending NIN to the board's USSD code 55019, using multiple cell phone numbers to generate profile code with the same NIN. CBT Center's violation of registration procedure is another one.
Some of the challenges that led to the extension for registration are presently being addressed, as some of the operators gave the assurance of the optimization of their services during the extension of the registration.
The 2021 mock UTME, earlier scheduled for 28th May 2021, will now hold on the 3rd of June 2021, while the main UTME will hold from June 19 to July 3, 2021.
At the time of filing this report, a total of 1,100,000 134,424 candidates have so far registered. Olainka Ojo, NTA News.
You can get more news and updates on www.nta.ng or follow us on our Twitter handle at NTA News Now. You can also like us on Facebook at www.facebook.com/NTA Network News, and also stay connected and subscribe to our YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/NTA News Online. Also remember to watch our news live streaming at www.nta.ng/live.
And that ends Panorama from the Benin Network Center. Thank you for watching. NTA stands against rape and rapists. Be a part of the fight. I'm Agatha Egwari Ojo. Thank you again for being there with us. Do have a pleasant day. Good afternoon.
Nigeria, our great nation with vast and rich land. Our people are strong and united. Our founding fathers, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and a host of others bequeathed us a united, peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Let us honor them by living in peace with one another. Let us eschew violence, ethnic profiling, and religious bigotry. We must avoid hate speech and other forms of derogatory words against our fellow Nigerians. Let our differences in tribes, cultures, religions, or politics be the ingredients that make our unity palatable. Let us all join hands to fight our common enemies of insecurity, poverty, and unemployment. Nigeria is big enough for us all. Let's unite to make our country a great place for us all. This message is from Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation in collaboration with Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the You Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
You can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook at NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online. Or visit www.nta.ng. For live streaming, visit www.nta.ng/live. Now, you can stay updated on the go. Be it on your TV, iPhone, laptop, or iPad, or download the NTA mobile application from your Play Store or App Store. NTA, you can beat the rich.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
There is an indispensable tool in all walks of life known as language. It is common to find terminologies in different fields that aid in expressing thought and ideas. In a baking world, it is paramount for you as a baker to be proficient in communication prowess and relating with fellow bakers and clients. This is proof that you are a professional in your field of endeavor. A number of these terminologies are being used from day to day. Have you ever heard of a geometric cake? This is Baker's World on NTA, your #1 baker's show on television. I am Funke Oyele. Thanks for watching. Our guest baker is a pleasant woman who's passionate about discovering talent in children. Our conversation segment will let you more into her world. We also have for you baker's cheese and so much more on the program today. Don't go anywhere. On our Let's Bake segment, our guest baker, Adiza, and assistant will take us through the process of making a delicious marble cake, which will be used to create an Islamic art design.
We need to sort out our ingredients. We have flour and baking powder sieved. We have eggs, margarine, sugar, vanilla flavor, a cup of milk, and red food coloring. We need to pour in our sugar and butter into the mixer and mix until light and fluffy. You scrape the bowl between intervals. Our butter and sugar is light and fluffy. We'll add flavoring to our eggs and then beat. After beating your eggs, you add in your eggs and alternate with flour. Our batter is ready. The next procedure after mixing our batter is to fetch some portion and color. We'll pour in our red food coloring. After pouring the white vanilla butter, then you add in your red. Then you pour in the vanilla butter again. And then you tilt your pan to ensure your butter is leveled. Then you preheat your oven and take in your pan to bake the cake.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I walked a long way. I walked straight on a road of roses. I passed through the roses. I talked with the roses. How nice you smell. I wish I could stay with you forever. Ramadan is like a rare flower that blossoms once a year, and just as you begin to smell its fragrance, it disappears for another year. Ramadan is a time to empty your stomach and feed your soul. It is a time to develop good habits and do away with the bad ones. Live life like Ramadan is every day, and the hereafter will be your Eid. Eid Mubarak, everyone. Assalamu alaikum.
To train children, you have to be their mother and also a teacher. You have to give them that confidence to see you as their mother. They should be able to talk to you when they come for training, because if they don't have confidence talking to you, some of them might not be able to understand what you are teaching, and at the end of the day, the parents will not see the impact of what you have taught the children.
Our guest baker today is a pleasant and creative sugarcraft artist. Hadiza Yaman Abdulkader is an indigene of Bida, Niger State. Born into the family of engineer Yaman Nupe on the 21st of August 1982, she had her early education at Mao Primary School in Minna, Niger State from 1989 to 1994. Hadiza attended Federal Government College, Kwali in Abuja, where she obtained a senior secondary school certificate from 1994 to 2000. This gentle and meticulous baker also bagged a diploma and bachelor degree in business administration, both at the University of Abuja in 2002 and 2006 respectively. Hadiza Yaman Abdulkader is a self-taught baker who has been able to develop amazing recipes by reading wide and experimenting what she learned on her own. Hadiza put together her childhood experience in the kitchen, plus her passion for baking, and turned these into a viable baking business in 2012. As a result of her compelling desire for raising young generations of bakers, Hadiza Abdulkader published My Skills to Adulthood, a children's training guideline book. She has trained over 100 children in summer classes in 4 years. Her brand, Cravings and Bites, has come up with creative and appealing designs in sugarcraft for milestone celebrations within and outside Abuja. She is happily married to Sule Abdulkader and blessed with 3 children. Join us as we take our chats with this intelligent and patient baker, Hadiza Yaman Abdulkader.
You're welcome back. You're still watching Baker's World on NTA. Our guest baker is here with me. Madam, it's a pleasure to have you on Baker's World.
My pleasure to meet you too.
You studied business administration in school. So I guess it's not so far-fetched that you will want to own your own business. Now, tell me, why did you decide that owning a baking business is the way to go for you?
Actually, since when I was a child, I've always explored the kitchen because I spent most of my holidays with my grandmom, and she always put us through doing a lot of things in the kitchen. My mom also read food and nutrition in her university days, so she had a lot of cookery books. Sometimes I pick those books and try to practice 1 or 2 recipes on my own. And it was interesting when I finish practicing a recipe and it comes out good, especially the baking aspect. After my service here, the cake business was trending, and it was something I actually wanted to do too, so I ventured into baking.
I know you love training children, and you know that's not always very easy. Tell me, share with me your experience and what inspired you to start training children in how to bake.
Actually, there was a friend of mine who told me her daughter always wants to learn how to bake. And she told me if I could take her one-on-one training at home. And I told her to bring her daughter over. So I trained her, and she was happy with the outcome. So from there, I felt since she has already brought her daughter, it was an opportunity that I could train other kids too. I think it's part of me too, to teach other people just like my mom does. I'm always choosing my recipes. Most times I try to pick recipes that will be easy for them to do at their age. And then I make sure they do the practical skill. In that way, it will be easy for them to repeat those skills when they get home.
There is a lot of restriction on social gathering and events due to the COVID-19 pandemic. How is business in this period for bakers?
People are ordering cakes because most times kids like eating outside. They like buying things from the cafeterias, from canteens. And now that they are at home, they cannot lay their hands on those shops. They still order cakes to eat at home with the family because you can't take sweet things away from children. And children always look up to the date of their birthday, and parents won't want them to have a birthday without a cake. Even if it's a small size cake, they are ordering, but it couldn't be as big as it would be at the normal time, but they still have a cake to cut for their birthday. It's been normal to me.
You're making for us a geometric pattern cake. And I've seen the design. It looks like it comes with a lot of pattern, a lot of details. What inspired you to make this type of cake? And on what occasion do people order for this type of cake?
Actually, the cake has a lot of details, and I'm someone who likes to make cakes that have lots of details in them because it will actually bring out the creativity in you. The cake can be used to celebrate an Eid occasion. It's actually a geometric cake, but the pattern is an Islamic pattern cake too. You could use them to celebrate Eid and then, or to mark an occasion, an opening ceremony in a mosque, or some other Islamic functions too.
Tell me about what you're going to be using to achieve all the intricate patterns on this design.
We have edible prints, then we have molds, we have the gold highlighter. You need a shaped pan to actually achieve that particular shape too.
What would be your advice for bakers out there today? How should they conduct business in this period? And also in terms of keeping hygiene and keeping the treats and cakes they make safe for consumers.
Bakers need to step up with hygiene practices because it's you are making something which is a consumable good, and consumables are actually supposed to be made under hygiene environment. But at this time, they should really take it seriously. They should ensure they wash their hands regularly. You should keep your surfaces and environment very clean. They should keep their machines and other utensils used very clean. You should also take transfers and not cash at this period, so you don't have hand contact with your customers, except on cases where transfers cannot be made. I would advise delivery at this point, where your delivery agent would sanitize properly and drop for them, so you would minimize the number of customers that come to have a direct contact with you.
Thank you so much. It's truly an inspiring conversation.
Thank you too.
That was our conversation with the CEO of Cravings and Bite, Mrs. Hadiza Yaman Abdulkadir. But before we go back to decorate our cake, we have Baker's Gist on the lineup for you. Please enjoy it.
Just the way we've been we've been reminded on a constant basis, on a daily basis, of all the safety measures we need to put in place. The bakers are also inclusive, for them to keep to those safety measures. Safety measures that we're talking about, the washing of hands, the physical, or we'll call it social or physical distancing, that we need to put in place, and then the wearing of our masks when we need to go out. Take, for example, bakers, they need to go and buy their products, maybe in the market. The marketplaces are crowded, so they need to put on their mask in order to protect themselves from being infected. We're talking about community infection these days, so that will now curb them from having any infection that they might even take home to where they are, or even to their offices where they need to do their work. While you are doing your baking, or while you are preparing your dough, or whatever you are preparing in order to continue with what you are doing, at times you have a helper that will want to help you. We are talking about physical distancing this time around. We say between 1.5 meters or 2 meters away. Just the way me and you are sitting down now. I'm not using my mask because the coronavirus, as we said, is a droplet infection. It can't go beyond that. So when I'm talking now, or I happen to, I'm talking to you, if there's any droplets, it falls. It doesn't go beyond that distance. So I can afford not to use my mask. But when you have a helper helping you, the person is close to you, you have to put on your mask. At times, people might react to maybe the flour or whatever material you are using, and they want to sneeze or cough or something. We should always remember, just the way we've been told, you sneeze or cough into your elbow, because we are talking about the virus in our hands. By the time you finish all your work and you've packaged everything you do, you finish baking and everything, you still wash your hands, you carry your cake, you put in, you package it. The person that is even going to collect that from you also need to wash hands in this period. You wash your hands, you dry it before you carry. The measures they can put in when customers are coming. Some people might put a sort of marking from where the customer service area is, and where the person that will come and collect your delivery, where the person will be, at least a meter difference. Maybe they'll have to construct whatever, that type of table and delivery box that they normally stay in. Where you put your thing, you can easily push, the person can long the hand and pick. So no, that contact is still away. You carry your goods and you go. If you are calling in a delivery person to come and collect, same thing. The distance, we still have to maintain that distance.
Our hexagon-shaped cake is out of the oven. We will need to cover it with fondant. But before we do that, we'll crumb coat our cake with butter icing to enable the fondant stay on the body of the cake. So you apply butter icing and spread it over all around the cake. You would apply butter icing on the other layer too. Now we roll our fondant. We set this aside and roll our fondant for cover. Smoothing your cake once a day. To stack a 2-tier cake, you need to dough the base layer. You insert a dough rod You make a mark on your dowel rod and then you bring it out and cut. Break and insert the dowel. After doweling, you could now add up your top tier. Most times I use a paper plate underneath so you could hold your cake and your hand will not sink into the cake. Or you could use a stacking board, then you place. To make a geometric pattern cake, we actually need our pattern, geometric pattern. You could download it from an internet, you pick your desired pattern and have it printed out on edible sheets. Be careful not to apply excess glue as that will wet the paper. Then you attach the paper to it. And then you cut this out neatly. Excess fondant. You end up having this with your fondant at the back, which you would attach to the cake. You apply glue to the surface where you would attach the pattern. Then you attach your pattern. You continue this process until all sides are covered. You want to cover the topmost tier of the cake. We will continue with the decoration of our cake. And then you add the topmost part. We will start with the base pattern. We would attach a glue as usual. To have the shiny gold effect, you would need an edible spirit and a gold highlighter. We are done with our geometric pattern cake. I'm sure you all love the design.
Wow, this is such a beautiful cake. I love it. Well done. In fact, you know, when she was doing this cake, every time I think she's through, she keeps adding another layer, adding another pattern. It's just beautiful. Don't you agree? But you know, despite everything, we still must taste this cake and see how it tastes inside. So let's have it. Fantastic, fantastic. This is just delicious. You know, even the red marble on it is very beautiful. I love it. Well done once again. I'm sure you've learned one or two things from our baker's creativity. That's all we have for you today on Baker's World. Till next week, when we come your way with a more exciting episode of Baker's World, you can reach us on all our social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. It's Baker's World on NTA. Till next week, my name is Funke Oyele. Thanks for watching.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
It gives us our foreign exchange. But after independence now, the trend now is in oil. That is no more agric. Our GDP in agric is less than 5, which was not that before independence. And during that colonial era, they used agriculture to develop the cities because there were a lot of exports. We're exporting some crops like the groundnut, the palm oil, and the cocoa. But now those plantations that were established by our colonial masters are no more there. Agric is supposed to provide food, industrialize the area, give employment, and also give money to the farmer. But you see that agric is growing at a lesser percentage, while the population is growing at a very high percent. If you look at it, our population is increasing by 3%, while agriculture is by 1.5%.
From the pre-independence years in Nigeria, agriculture accounts for nearly 60% of gross domestic product, GDP, and 80% of export earnings. Today, agriculture accounts for 1/3 of GDP, less than 1% of export earnings, while oil accounts for the rest. The agricultural sector currently accounts for about 41% of the nation's gross domestic product. Achieving food security through improved support for small-scale agriculturists, pastoralists, and rural households engaged in palm fruit cultivation and production as an essential base for poverty reduction and food stability is an exercise that must be pursued with renewed vigor. Looking critically at the agricultural system in Nigeria, bulk of the farming rests on the rural sector, and in the main, women are responsible for food production. The agricultural sector of the economy has received great attention from the civilian administration since it came to power in 1999, and even much in the transformation agenda of the immediate past administration. This might be born out of the fact that the development of agriculture provides a platform for economic recovery. Therefore, attention was given to all sectors of agriculture, from aquatic to pastoral to crop production, which has received a boost in the Niger Delta region because of the availability of fertile land and high level of consumption of farm produce.
You and I, without food, we really cannot do a lot. That's the engine for the body to be able to work and produce. So we must have food on the tables of not a certain percentage of Nigerians that can afford to, but every Nigerian has a right to be able to have access to food and be secured in food or production. And that's something that government must engage in significantly to provide the enabling environment. And then that will also create employment. Look, in the agriculture sector today, if you look at it, the age group for the average farmer is advanced. if even in River State or Niger Delta, from 60 upwards. You know, when we advance in age, some things don't work as well. So the focus ought to be to begin to engineer and begin to bring up a new generation of farmers. And that would be in the youth sector. We can take advantage of the fact that there's unemployment, vast unemployment in the youth sector. So we can encourage the youths to be in agriculture, either through school, make sure that you put a lot of resources in agri-science and agri-training. Then you increase the capacity for extension workers. You'll be able to use the youths in that area, send them to the rural areas, and then bring it up to an advanced stage.
One of the agricultural crops recognized in River State is the palm fruit, from which we get palm oil. The southern region of Nigeria is haven for food production, as manifested in the production of palm oil.
Got one of the dry hand down.
Anyway, if you anyone they are cut and down, it will be alright.
Cut any of the hand down, any of the hand.
Palm oil is an edible vegetable oil derived from the mesocarp, reddish pulp, of the fruit of the oil palms, primarily the African oil palm. It is naturally reddish in color because of a high beta-carotene content and is 41% saturated. Its botanical name is Alias guineensis. In the late 1800s, archaeologists discovered a substance they concluded was originally of oil palm in a tomb at Abydos, dating back to 3000 BCE. By 1870, palm oil constituted the primary export of some West African countries such as Ghana and Nigeria.
First thing you have to do is to get the palm kernel itself, like this one. Now, this palm kernel have to undergo certain process. One of the processes is you soak it in water. Now, because of the hard shell of the nut, then you allow it to be inside the water for about 3 weeks. Now, for that water to be able to soften the shell itself before the thing grows. So after this stage, now for about 2-3 months, then the thing will grow. These are the process we call the pre-soaking stage. Now this process now we have to move to the primary stage or the noisy stage, which is this one. Now in this stage now you add some fertilizers, like we call it nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. That is NPK 1515. Now you add it to this one. Then you allow it to grow for like 6 to 7 months. Then before taking to the field to plant. Now, in that planting stage is where somebody will just make a feed. Making a feed, the width like 27 and the length maybe 50. Now, in that area being calculated, you should be able to plant. In every plant, you should be able to take you maybe through a time of, let's say, 10 cm to plant and cover the whole field. Now, when you plant, then you allow it for like 1 year and 1 year and 6 months. Then you add some other fertilizer on it. then you make it grow, then you maintain it before primary getting to we call it intermittent stage. In this stage now, they are called intermittent stage. Now, these are the stages that you bring people to prune, and you can see the palm now bringing little of the bunches. Now, from the bunches now, then you add more fertilizer to be able to make it expand.
It is composed of fatty acids esterified with glycerol. It has high concentration of saturated fat, especially of the 16-carbon saturated fatty acid, palmitic acid, which gives it its name.
If that bunches that are being harvested that day, that's what we call fatty fat acid, that is FFA. Now, the day you cut and you mean that same day, not that fatty fat acid will be lesser. Now, if you cut and you allow it for a period like 4 or 5 days, that FFA, the thing will be higher. Now, so, when they're through with the slicing and cutting, they will fly. One local method that we do use, they will fly. Now, while we are flying, all we are trying to do is to separate the dust from the palm itself by using wind to allow it. Because when you're using wind, that lighter one now will drop, while the heavier one goes to the front. Then you put it to the pot to cook.
I just carried the loose fruit and pour inside the drum to cook and burn it. It's when the fruit has done, we take it to the engine.
The cooking usually lasts for a period of 1 hour 30 minutes or 2 hours before the palm itself get done. Now, so after boiling, cooking, then we have to take to the digester. So the digester will digest before taking to the presser. Press.
After milling, various oil palm products are made using refining processes.
Well, we call this in local name. Formerly, they used to use a stick, they butter it. But this time around, they produce this, we call this one digester. This is engine, this is presser. So that is how we do it. But if at all we have some money to make it in large way, using just some that use hydraulic. But this one now manpower because of can't meet up for hydraulic press. So we just construct this in local water.
2012, the annual revenue received by Indonesia and Malaysia together, the top two producers of palm oil, is $40 billion US. Indonesia is the largest producer of palm oil, surpassing Malaysia in 2006, producing more than 20.9 million tons. In 2012, Malaysia, the world's second largest producer of palm oil, produced 18.79 million tons of crude palm oil on roughly 5 million hectares of land. Though Indonesia produces more palm oil, Malaysia is the world's largest exporter of palm oil, having exported 18 million tons of palm oil products in 2011. Nigeria, as of 2011, was the third largest producer with approximately 2.3 million hectares under cultivation.
In the 50s and 60s, Nigeria used to be the largest production of oil palm in the world. But then, after the Civil War in 1967-70, there was a sharp drop. And some countries in South Asia, notably Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia, took over. Right now, the largest producer in the world is Indonesia, followed by Malaysia, and then Thailand. But before then, Nigeria was producing up to 645,000 metric tons of oil and even exporting. But in 2012, the statistics shows that Nigeria produces only 850,000 metric tons compared to what perhaps Malaysia produces over 14 million metric tons. That's a very sharp decline.
Palm oil is also an important source of calories. Mainly processed food either contain palm oil or various ingredients derived from it. Palm oil is highly nutritious as it is useful for cooking.
Carotene that it contains is nutritious. It helps to improve sight, carotene, and again it helps to in the hormones production. And it contains again vitamin E. And this vitamin E is used in certain foods to prevent oxidation. With recent research, because of the high content of saturated fatty acid, it's being recommended that you can take it, but not much of it, because it contains this high content of fatty acid, palmitic acid. It does not contain much of this cholesterol, but much of this fatty acid will help to increase the low density lipoprotein cholesterol in the blood system and high density lipoprotein cholesterol in the blood system. So as such, it's advisable not to take much of it. We have two products that comes out of palm. We have the palm oil, the red oil itself, and you have the kernel oil that is being produced out of palm oil kernel. It has been found that the palm kernel oil is quite high in saturated fatty acids. It's about 81%. And as such, that's why you see some of this oil under normal room temperature solidifies, becomes solid. So for us eating or using it as food, it's advisable not to use or eat much of it. And we know that excess of everything is not good for the body. During refining the palm oil, the free fatty acid is removed, it will be, it will do us good, so that when we eat it, there will be no adverse effects.
It also acts as an antioxidant in our bodies and equally a viable source of revenue for the southern people.
And in treatment of waste, whether they are municipal waste or agro-industrial waste, the same principles are used. The first principle is that you must try as much as possible to recycle, minimize loss, and recycle as much as you can. The second principle is that you try again to see if you can extract some form of energy from that waste. After you've tried the two, whatever is left, you try to dispose using one method or the other available in waste management. But in the industry, the method commonly used is by open burning. And we do know that as you burn, you pollute the air. A lot of carbon dioxide is emitted. You increase the greenhouse effect that every country is trying to fight. So it's neither here nor there. But as time went on, advanced technologies discovered that what you call waste can be used in various forms. The most we have utilized this part of waste here in industries for utilizing the empty fruit bunch. That when you have removed the fruits, what is left is called empty fruit bunch. Utilizing the pressed fiber. When you have pressed your oil, the fiber that is removed is called pressed fiber. Then utilizing the kernel shell. When you remove the fruit in the kernel is the shell. It's called kernel shell. These three combined, most mills try to use it as waste fuel energy to power their turbines, to power their boilers. This boiler probably now generates vapor that turn on the turbines that produce energy for them. So in a way, they try to recycle energy instead of within the mill system. Then what you call the empty fruit bunch, when you remove the fruits from the bunch, can be processed for paper manufacture. It's a good raw material for manufacture of paper because it contains high quality fibers, and the number per kilogram is higher than other materials they use in manufacture of paper. So quality print materials can be obtained from there. Then the one you call the trunk itself is useful as logs for manufacture of planks and some other carpentry, things like sawwood and the rest of them. Then the kernel shell itself can be used to manufacture brake pads, and in fact can be used as aggregates in manufacture of concrete. Then fiber. Apart from using it to fire the turbines, as I explained earlier, the fiber can be used in various sizes and shapes and dimensions, can be redimensioned as a matter of fact through processes to control erosion, both land and shoreline erosion. That we know we have been doing in this country, where we import. We import this in outside and in this country using the control of erosion. Out of 1 kilogram of oil produced. It is called that you have as a byproduct 4 kilograms of waste.
The palm oil transformation value chain of the Nigerian government, if pursued diligently, can provide jobs for the unemployed.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview channel 264, or live streaming via www.visiontv.co.uk. Application for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Yeah, this is how it comes out, and then we use a chocolate syrup to decorate it. My mom is a businesswoman, and I learned a lot from her. She would always carry me along since when I was about 11 years old. So I was involved in a lot of businesses with her. And it was so interesting to see how money would always come in from her selling items that she bought at cheaper rates.
Aliyu Abubakar is one of the youngest business owners in Nigeria. His foray into the world of entrepreneurship emanated from the shocking but true revelation that a fancy education neither guarantees paid employment nor money in one's pockets.
I studied information technology for my undergrad. I loved it. Went on to do my master's in management and international business with finance. But that was when I knew that I wanted to do business, and I had to learn how to do certain things so that I don't keep on hiring people to teach me or manage my business in such a way that I would not like it. The day I was graduating from university, I was so excited. I'd finished all the exciting lifestyle and all, and then I was sitting down and I was seeing my friends also so excited. And that was when it hit me. What next? What next? I've left all these things. I've wasted 4 years. You know, I learned something in school, but then I didn't learn the basic things of how to survive in the world out there, because it's not about education anymore. Everybody is educated. It's not about my parents having money. People have money, and honestly, the wages here are not even good enough. You might come and get a good place and start working there, and at first it's rosy because they're paying 100,000 a month. It's good for you if you're living alone, if you don't have a family. But then eventually you are bound to have a family. Promotions are hard. You can't send children to school earning a salary of 100,000 naira, good schools. You can't. You have to send them back to the village. You can't pay rent. There are so many things that you cannot do. So I had to think out of the box. Entrepreneurship is something that one has to do. It's not about choosing it or liking it. It's a thing of survival, and it's the only way to survive right now because of the current economic situation where unemployment is so high, there are no jobs, and one really has to survive. So you have to learn the art of buying and selling.
Armed with this realization, he took advantage of his Western exposure to start up his own business in Nigeria. He recounts this arduous journey, which began in 2014.
By the time I came back, it took me about 3 months. I was about to start my NYSC. So I registered the company and registered for NYSC at the same time. And I capitalized on that 1 year to really start my business. It was hard at first because of the issue of funding. For me personally, I was buying my machines from my pocket money. I started things that failed. I went to places that I thought I could start there. I was disappointed. And at a point, I felt like giving up. I said, look, most of my mates are not thinking this way. They're following the comfortable way. Maybe I should just quit. But then I realized that I quit and do what? There is nothing to do. And I've seen it now. I have friends that wish they had started earlier. And it's been to my own advantage. Quick Shake started out as a cold beverage company where we're doing just milkshakes. And there's this Taiwanese bubble juice, which is new and it's spreading fast in the West. So I was the first to bring it to West Africa. I think there's a place in South Africa where they do it. It has fancy machines and all. And eventually, when the business started growing, I expanded the menu, and we now make hot dogs, we make waffles, we have spaghetti ice cream, we have a chocolate fountain, where we have marshmallows and all that. Innovative things that people would love, that people see outside and would love to see back home here.
What kind of research went into starting up this business? And would you say that research is actually important for business success?
What I did was to identify the opportunities in the market, what sells. And I said, look, sugar business sells, it doesn't go out of trend. So I wanted to do something that in the next 5 years I'll be thinking, oh God, it's going out of trend and I have to innovate and all those things. So for me, it was about the product that would sell. And that was one thing people need to understand. You don't just go into a business thinking that you know it or you can run it. You have to do a lot of research. I did research on the product, on how to make these products myself so that I make sure I give the best quality. I did research on the market, the type of people I would sell to, even if it's young children, the type of straws that I would give them. I think I spent most of my time with the planning on research itself. And then in a business, if you want to succeed, you have to grow. That's really a way to establish brand identity. So I made the decision that, okay, in the first 6 months, I would reinvest the revenue of the business into a new branch. And then in the next 6 months, I would also get another branch, and in the next 6 months. So it's a thing of timing and planning. Business is all about numbers. There are people who think that I don't make as much money because I'm just selling milkshakes. Dangote sells products of 20 naira, of 14 naira, of 16 naira. But at the end of the day, he has accumulated billions of dollars from selling those products. So people need to go back to their books and plan well.
As the active youth population continues to grow, so does the dearth in employment opportunities. Aliyu opines that our educational sector has a critical role to play, even as he encourages many more youths to rise to the occasion.
We are all defined by our societies, what we grow up to see. So I think if the high schools can take up entrepreneurship subjects, they should have a subject in every secondary school which teaches you the basic things of how to buy and sell and how to do basic bookkeeping. These are easy things to learn. You don't have to go to university to learn these things. Now, for me, I employ about 9 staff, and these are people, this is weight I'm taking off the government. So if more people are going into entrepreneurship, they are also hiring more people. So it has to be a private sector-driven economy. And for also us Nigerians, we have to realize that that is the best way forward for us. There is that saying that entrepreneurship is not suited for everybody, but everyone can be an entrepreneur with the right motivation, with the right push. Everybody can be an entrepreneur. Look around us. There are so many entrepreneurs that are all over us. The people that are selling the recharge cards, to the people that are selling Orbit on the road, to the people that are selling bananas, they are all entrepreneurs. And if you check, it might not be their passion to go out and sell these things, but then first and foremost, they need to survive. And because of that instinct of survival, they have seen that the best way to do that is to come and sell something and make a profit of it. And by the time you are selling something to make a profit of it, you are doing entrepreneurship. For a country where I think the last statistics showed that about 80% of the 80 million youth that we have are unemployed, which is a huge number. And everybody is dependent on the government to provide employment. It's not possible. The government is looking at ways to cut down ministries, to cut down funding, because they also need to survive so that the country survives. We are not all inventors. You can't go and invent a new product. It's hard. It will take time. It will take money. It will take resources. But then you can innovate on an existing product.
So how would you describe the business environment in Nigeria? What is in place or not for small and medium enterprises?
No matter where you are, you need support. For example, instead of having programs where you have to now judge people based on business plans where someone might have written for you, we should go back to the old traditional way of going to the banks, getting loans from the banks. But then the government can come in that way by making it in such a way that we get these loans at subsidized rates. So if we can't pay it now, the government can pay it now for us, and in the future we pay the government back. These are ideas that I think could work, and also they should do programs that would align with the states. You cannot have a national program from the top and expect it to work for the whole population. You have to go back to the states because some programs are suited differently for certain environments. So, for example, you go to Enugu and what they do there, it's cotton, it's a textile business or tech business, and then you have a program there where it's suited to that environment. They get loans from there. And then in the north, where you have agriculture, then you focus on agriculture there. But right now, we have a situation where there is so much focus on agriculture and women entrepreneurs. And it's amazing, it's good. But then at the end of the day, you can see me, I'm into food business. You know, I'm not a farmer. So does that mean I can't access a loan from CBN or from the Bank of Industry where they only buy machinery for you? So there's so much, everybody should have opportunities. I have friends who are into a fashion business. Globally, it's a multi-billion-dollar business. They should have access to funding. People need to grow their businesses, existing businesses, SMEs. They have done the hard part. God knows where they sourced their funding from. They're already existing, but now survival is hard and they need more money. So there should be easier access to funding, and the government needs to have a better national program that everybody can key into.
In 1 year of business, Aliyu has been baptized with a myriad of challenges, which is every entrepreneur's bane.
It still goes back to funding. And human resources, staff, getting the right staff. In terms of funding, normally in the West, when you have a business that works, it's easy for you to get a grant or a loan so that you can now grow your business. And if you check most companies that have been so successful, you trace it back to them getting a loan or a grant. Whereas in Nigeria, it's extremely difficult, to get that grant and to get a loan as well because of the interest rates of the banks. Yeah. And the issue of staffing, the minimum wage here is not fair enough on people, and the environment is still hard for people to survive in. So we businesses, we find it hard to pay them the amount of money that they want, and us not paying them too well doesn't give them enough motivation to take care of your business. Like I always give the example with the West because it's a model that we usually go back to. You see the staff, they are so motivated by the owner, thinking, for me now, I'm a young person, my staff should be thinking, oh wow, this guy has a future, I could be like him because I have young staff as well. But I'm not thinking that, they're thinking of today and tomorrow, and that's beyond, it doesn't go beyond that for them. And also, when things are not going my way because of the environment, there are certain plans that I have that could not be implemented because I don't understand the system of the state. They're telling me, oh, you can't do this or you can't do that, and most of these things are not even well defined. There have been instances where I've wanted to expand. I've been to places and people don't take me seriously. They think because I'm young, I cannot do it, I'm just there to waste their time, or I can't even pay. These are low moments for me because these are things that if I had done, I think I would be further than where I am now. And we should have a level playing field. Because in the West, there is a level playing field. You have the owner of Facebook, he became so rich at the age of 24. And because he had a level playing field at 24 in the States, if you can do something, you're respected for it.
Nonetheless, and in such a short period of time, the cold beverages company has expanded into 3 branches. The young CEO reels out strategic business principles that have engendered commendable traction.
I put myself on salary and I was keeping good books. I do quarterly reports for my business, seeing what comes in, and then how to manage the finances. So we're keeping the profits of the business in a certain place. And I had plans to reinject that money if the opportunity came about. So when the opportunities came about, it was so easy to now pick out that money and now put it back in. But all the expansion has been a reinvestment of revenue generated from the first branch. And we did a lot to push the first branch. When I was opening, I think the day I opened, I made over 200,000 because I kept on disturbing people that I'm opening a new place, you must come and buy, you must come and buy. And throughout the week, we had over, I think, 400 people the first week that I opened. Marketing is important, and I think the definition of marketing, it saves you the cost of production. So that means if you don't market for what you're producing, you're probably not even going to sell it. And also, leadership, because you have to manage your staff well, and you don't do it in a bossy way, because our culture, our people do not like people that are too bossy towards them. Management, operations, you have to also manage operations well, because that is the value chain of the business. And also, I've learned how to interact with people and get ideas, pick up ideas from people. It's always good to listen to people. You don't assume you know it all. Strategy, I like using that word strategy because it is very, very important to a business. In the West, they use strategy to look at the future. And business is all about the future of it, whether it's going to survive or not. And I see myself as a strategist because you have to define your business the way a customer likes it. So if there is a product now that people are not buying and I go through it, then I have to change it. I have to change that product. And also we have a very interesting thing with my business where we have what we call loyalty cards, because you have to show customers that you're also giving them back something. In the last 1 year, we have been able to give free drinks, I think about 350 pieces. That is worth a little over 250,000 for my business. Without strategy, you would keep on following a basic model of what you see everywhere. And if you cannot defy yourself from these basic models, you would just keep on existing on a flat line for a long period of time. You would not grow, you would have a basic revenue, which is not good.
Aliyu was the youngest of 4 delegates that represented Nigeria at the 2014 Africa-Taiwan Economic Forum, and he describes the experience as his biggest achievement yet because he was exposed to the tremendous impact of mentorship.
I was able to make important contacts there, as well as, apart from the events that took place there, I meet friends, ambassadors from different countries who are still in touch. And now there is a Nigerian Taiwan Business Association in Nigeria, which I happen to be on the board. And it was because I met a man who believed in me, Dr. Julius Bala, there is Senator Isa Galaudu. He picked up innovation from me, he listened to my ideas, and at a point it became hard for me to pay the rent. He waived off the rent for the first year for me. What better encouragement than that for a young person? I've benefited a lot from mentorships. Some have come from family. My mom is a businesswoman. My dad is a professor. And he teaches me the bookkeeping aspect of it, and I still learn from him. I still go back to him to ask for advice.
When he traveled and finished his school, his master's, he came back, he said, I want to go into business. I said, you mean all the schools, you are throwing it away? And then to business, he said, yes. I tried my best, he said, business. And I said, okay, so be it. I don't want you to do what you don't want to do, because it may lead you to something else. It's very important for parents to support their children and then to know what exactly do they want. It's not what I want as a mother or as a father. Most of these children, they have their own ideas of what they want to achieve in life. So instead of enforcing something into your child that is not him, why not follow his way of what he wants to do as far as is something good? Even acting, some like singing, some likes acting, but they found themselves doing something else and they get frustrated and they can't move forward. There is always a way out what our youths can do and become who they are and who they want to be. We will make a better nation with that.
It's about survival now, and the issue of survival, you start it whenever you can start it. It doesn't matter at which age.
Job creation has become a critical factor of economic advancement, and Quick Shakes Limited is yet another Nigerian enterprise currently employing about 10 members of staff.
Working with him is one of the best things that have happened to me because I really enjoy working with him. I've learned to be patient in business because, sometimes in business, it doesn't really move the way you want it to move. He has been a very patient person from the onset. It gives me a lot of inspiration to work more. Looking at my boss, I think learning something doing, it's more beneficial. It's more nice to do something yourself, be creative. Because having a business like this, it can take you to different places. So I really, really, really want to have my own business in the future.
Entrepreneurship has been my sole intent. Because honestly, this is something that every youth should venture into. Apart from the qualification we obtain from schools and colleges, even if we are working for the government or for private sectors, we need also to establish something for ourselves. So he has given me this orientation. So even if I'm not going into the production of milkshake particularly, it has given me ways of establishing a business, running it, and seeing that you can take risk so that you will make gain. Because Mr. Aliu, my boss, is a hard-working young man. Intelligent, smart, always up and doing. I've learned a lot from him. I've learned that doing a business does not require laziness. You have to be on your toes.
Undoubtedly, the profitability and survival of a business is tested with age. Having recorded appreciable success in its first year, Aliyu remains very passionate and highly motivated to grow his company into a global brand in the near future.
When I started, I had a plan, I had a vision that I wanted to have at least 50 branches in Africa. And I like saying in Africa because look at Dangote. All his businesses are in Africa and he's the wealthiest black man in the world. We all aspire to be like him. There are other black people who have businesses all over the world globally and they're not where he is. So there are so many opportunities in Africa as well. I don't like limiting myself to my own environment. So I plan on expanding to Western African countries, to Southern African countries, everywhere I can get a Quick Shake across, even if I have to take it to UK or Dubai. Anybody that you see that is successful usually has multiple branches of businesses. So in the next 5-10 years, I see myself having maybe 50 to 100 branches all over. I pray it works, it's a lot of hard work, but then I believe in the business and I believe it will get there. And I plan on getting there by carrying on the way I've started, making sure quality is good, price is affordable for people. And my strategy has worked so far, making good deals with people. You don't be too greedy. You can You can make partnerships. I'll call it the silent partnership, where somebody now gives you money and stays away from your business, and you use that fund to grow.
On a final note, what would be your parting words to that young Nigerian watching you right now and earnestly yearning to start his or her own business?
The world is changing, and it's changing fast, and you have to change with it. It's about how you think and how fast you start. If you have something in mind, you just start it now. You don't think that there is time. There is no time. Time is against us. Young people need to start from now. If you haven't thought about it, entrepreneurship is not a hobby anymore. It's your life. Your life basically depends on it, because you need to eat. And at the same time, you're also helping people, which is also important.
Nigeria, our great nation with vast and rich land. Our people are strong and united. Our founding fathers, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and a host of others bequeathed us a united, peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Let us honor them by living in peace with one another. Let us eschew violence, ethnic profiling, and religious bigotry. We must avoid hate speech and other forms of derogatory words against our fellow Nigerians. Let our differences in tribes, cultures, religions, or politics be the ingredients that make our unity palatable. Let us all join hands to fight our common enemies of insecurity, poverty, and unemployment. Nigeria is big enough for us all. Let's unite to make our country a great place for us all. This message is from Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation in collaboration with Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
Computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTA. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Here's the news update on NTA International. I'm Elizabeth Omori. President Muhammadu Buhari departs Abuja for France on a 4-day official visit to attend the African Finance Summit, which will focus on reviewing African economy following shocks from coronavirus pandemic and getting relief, especially from increased debt burden on countries. In a statement signed by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, the summit, to be hosted by President Emmanuel Macron, will draw major stakeholders in the global finance institutions and some heads of government who will collectively discuss external funding and debt treatment for Africa and private sector reforms. During the visit, President Buhari will meet with the French President to discuss growing security threats in the Sahel and Lake Chad region, political relations, economic ties, climate change and partnerships in the health sector, particularly in checking the spread of COVID-19 with more research and vaccines. President Muhammadu Buhari puts a call across to his Turkish counterpart, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, expressing satisfaction with existing bilateral ties between the two countries and called for greater Turkish participation in the economy and the humanitarian efforts in the northeast. The two leaders expressed their desire for peace and stability to reign in the world and for an end to all ongoing conflicts as well as the COVID-19 pandemic. Sunday, 16th of May 2021 is World Communication Day, with focus on using all available means of communication, especially the social media, to spread messages of hope rather than hate and disinformation. Pope Francis, in a message to commemorate the day with the theme Come and See, advised that rather than assuming to know all, journalists should see for themselves, spend time with people, listen to their stories and confront realities so that when other people receive the information shared, they too will feel the freshness and vitality of life. And to COVID-19 update, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control has confirmed 41 new cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria. This has brought the total number of recorded cases to 165,702, out of which 156,412 have been treated and discharged, while 2,066 died of the virus. And those are the stories trending at this hour. Thank you so much for watching.
Eid Mubarak to each and every one of you, our wonderful viewers. Welcome to our special Window on Abuja Salah episode. We hope that you had a wonderful Ramadan and that the blessings of Ramadan be with you and your loved ones. And of course, that this Eid is a special day for you and your loved ones. This is Window on Abuja and I am Maimuna Ummi Ibrahim. In the Quran, it is said that fasting is prescribed for you, as it was prescribed for those before you, so that you can attain a level of piety. Let us hope that the month of Ramadan is a time of teaching for all of us. As you know, the significant aspect of Ramadan is that our good deeds are multiplied. The Quran was sent down during this month, and the Night of Majesty is usually found, known as Laylatul Qadr, is found during this month. Ramadan is important in the life of every Muslim, and we are encouraged to carry out charity, to invite our family and friends for iftar, and do good deeds, and end it with Zakat al-Fitr before we go on to Eid celebrations. So here is a look at all the activities that went down during the month of Ramadan here in the FCT.
The month of Ramadan is the 9th month of the Islamic calendar. It is a month of fasting, prayer, reflection, almsgiving, communal prayer, reading of the Quran, and other holy observances. One of the communal activities is iftar. After the sunset prayer, Muslims gather in their homes or mosque to break their fast with their family and other members of the community. The city of Abuja had various iftars during this month of Ramadan.
يا حبيبي يا محمد 15 minutes we have served about 2,000 people and they are gone and there are no issues. So we thank Allah that makes it easy for us and He has continued to bless us that is happening and we enjoy Nigerians worldwide, that everybody should come together and be as one.
This is a joyous occasion where you have Christian and Muslim leaders breaking fast together. Clearly, this is a demonstration that we can live in peace together. May the Almighty Allah grant us peace in this country.
I do this and I express this and I send it outside to my brothers, especially who are in leadership, governors everywhere, that we must encourage this religious harmony. Today we are here to break fast. I understand even here to break fast, many Christians come to join every day. They come to join our brothers Muslims to break this fast. So let it be that significance, and our prayer is that God will use this and continue to answer our prayers so that there will be peace in Nigeria and peace all over the world.
You say in Yoruba, whatever is not good is not good. It is easy to know when somebody is being wicked. And I think no religion promotes wickedness. So once we see that something is happening that is actually going the way of wickedness, of not being kind to one another, the first thing that a religious leader should do is to say, stop it. Even if it is being done by a very close member of my church or a close member of my mosque. I didn't come here to make any impact on anybody. I came here because of my own personal feeling that this is a good thing happening and I want to be part of it.
As you would have seen, it has provided a rallying point for both the Muslims and the Christians to come together and, eat, dine, wine, and exchange ideas.
Trying to make people feel like we are same, we are equal. There's no difference between whether a Christian or a Muslim, a Gbagi or a Igbo or whatever. Let us see ourselves as one people. And that is why I'm championing that cause. Now, whoever is coming to chair this area council must continue on the spirit so that Abuja should be seen as a reflection of what unity stands for.
Giving of charity and observing the laws of Zakat is an integral part of the holy month, as Zakat al-Fitr attracts double reward.
Eid celebration, before the Eid celebration, you might have seen that they give out the Zakat al-Fitr. Many have done that. Zakat al-Fitr is like whatever minor sins we have committed during the month of Ramadan is what God used to wipe all those things away. You know that Zakat al-Fitr is given to the less privileged, the poor ones. Now, we should not stop at Zakat al-Fitr. Whatever we can still extend to them after Ramadan, are you getting it now? Let us continue doing it. We don't need to wait for people to ask for assistance before we give them.
The socio-economic importance, because the Prophet ﷺ said, it is tu'matul limasakinikum. It is something that will feed the poor that day. You know, when somebody is so poor to the extent that he cannot get what to feed himself, imagine what would happen that day. But if you give him food that day, he will feel like he is the happiest somebody today.
Tahajjud night prayers took place across the FCT in various mosques. It is advised that every able-bodied Muslim should attend a tahajjud. The most important, which is the night of majesty, known as Bilateral. On this night, it is believed that the Holy Quran was revealed.
The last time, they don't forget, is the time in which Quran was revealed to the Prophet ﷺ, that it came from Baitul Izzah to the coming down. Now, the essence here is everybody should seek opportunity of getting the reward of meeting the Laylatul Qadr. And nobody knows the exact time of Laylatul Qadr. So it means the last 10 days, the Prophet ﷺ said, seek for Laylatul Qadr last 10 odd days of Ramadan. So when you start this, so everything you do has much more reward than the way you have been doing it in the first 10.
Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I've said it. Today is the night of majesty. Almighty Allah can change the decision that He has put in for you.
Move closer to Allah with istighfar, what we call istighfar, from Him, and to have patience.
The need for people to realize their failures in many ways, in terms of moral, in terms of community building.
The only solution is actually to get back to the Quran, to spread peace, not to hate ourselves.
This is not exhaustive of the various activities that Muslim faithfuls immerse themselves during the month of Ramadan, but it has been a fulfilling month of religious obligations.
Every year at NTA Channel 5 Abuja, our cast and crew do a fantastic job of bringing to you Sahur Life, which is a live program that comes on from 4 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. And it has so many things to learn. The Nasiha, reading the glorious Quran, talking to our established imams, and learning so much more, asking questions. But you don't know the work that goes into it, as every year the bar is getting higher and higher, and this year was no different. So here is a behind-the-scenes look at how Sahur Life comes together.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونؤمن به ونتوكل عليه.
This is Sahur Life that beams across the country into your homes every day during the month of Ramadan to set the tone each day for the spiritual upliftment of the Muslim Ummah. The program is segmented to meet the need of the viewers, with segments such as reading from the glorious Quran and its interpretation, in-depth studio conversations with erudite scholars, Nasiha, living with the glorious Quran, cookery, and the popular quiz segment.
On Friday, how many times do they call prayer on Friday? Yes, how many times?
Let me help you.
I think
on any other day, they call Adhan 5 times in a day. On the Friday is different. How many times now do they pray? Do they call to prayer on a Friday?
Okay.
Why 2?
Okay.
Calculate.
Okay.
Oh yeah, calculate for us.
She thinks only Friday.
Yes, she was in. I mean, you know, she may think that the call to that Friday.
That's why I asked her to explain. If she explains, we'll know where the problem is coming.
To bring all this together and more takes meticulous planning and dedication by the management and staff of NTA Channel 5 Abuja and the sacrifice of scholars and well-wishers. After the first studio session and the curator segments are monitored on air, the crew take turns to eat their sahur before the time permitted elapses. After this, they proceed to say their Fajr prayers before heading back to the studio for the second session. A high level of sacrifice goes into making this commitment for 29 or 30 days of the fasting period for the scholars who have an already busy schedule during this religious period.
This year brings the previous years and the last year together. So, and that is what we are having this year. Alhamdulillah, the new things that are involved with Sahur make it even much more spiritually uplifting and psychologically satisfying. With this, to somebody like me, it gives me much more challenge because it allows me, it's pushed me to do so many other things outside Sahur, which were actually instigated, if I can use that word, by Sahur.
With regards to the sacrifice put into this program, when you believe in something and you understand the concept very well, it makes it easier for you to do whatever you can to see that you deliver on whatever mandate or promise you make or you've made towards achieving that success. The goal of NTA, from what I understand over the years that we have been presenting this program, is to unify the whole of the nation, to unite Nigerians, regardless of our religious inclinations, regardless of our political affiliation, regardless of anything, whatever language we speak, we know that we speak one language of love and unity.
We give thanks to Almighty Allah, who has spared our lives to witness this year. This year's Sahur is very, very wonderful. It actually makes another difference because the program actually has been redesigned to suit the taste and the needs of almost everybody.
Leading the NTA team is the general manager of the station, Fatima Abbas Hassan, who is also the executive producer of the program.
This year, we've had a very wonderful production from the responses that we have gotten from our viewers. The program is well received. We have had positive comments from people. We have really succeeded in impacting knowledge, helping to keep our Muslim viewers company while they take their sahur, which is the first meal of the day before the commencement of Ramadan. So alhamdulillah, it's really encouraging. It would inspire us to even put in more efforts so that we have an even better production next year, inshallah.
This year, Sahur Life was streamed on social media, which necessitated an addition to the team.
This year's episode of Sahur Life is particularly interesting because we tried to integrate, the online community, and by doing so, we created hashtags, especially on Twitter, to be able to, carry our Twitter users along. Then on WhatsApp, we had lots of messages that I don't think we'll be able to exhaust the messages in like 2 years to come. So we have to, just make do with what we have, take some messages and edit them and then send them to the ustaz, the imams, the scholars to respond to them.
Each year, the creative lead, Yusuf Adebowale, alongside the HOD of the program department, Diako Randy Abo, and the team of associate producers, directors, cameramen, studio hands, transmission directors, engineers, and of course our esteemed viewers, make Sahur Life a program to look forward to in the coming year.
Nigerians love rice. That is undisputed. You know that I am telling the truth. I feel like rice should be on our emblem somewhere because we enjoy it so much. And if you're thinking about, I don't know how to make my rice a bit different, I'm tired of eating jollof rice or rice and stew, well, we have something special for you. Have you heard of Mandy rice? It is an Arabian style of making your rice. And of course, we can't have Eid without food. So here is a look at how you can wow your guests and your family members with Mandy rice. month of Shawwal is known as another important month in the Muslim calendar. It is the first day of Shawwal that we celebrate Eid, and after that, Muslims are advised to please fast 6 more days. If you fast your 30 days or 29 days of Ramadan and you add your 6 days, it is as if you have fasted for the entire year. So there are so many blessings in it, and this is called Sit to Shawwal, which is known as the 6 days of fasting in Shawwal. Here is a look at the importance of these 6 days.
There are other days of note and festivals, some common to all Muslims, some specific to Shia, and so on. The months in the Islamic calendar have designated days for voluntary fasting. The month of Muharram, which is the first on the Islamic calendar, has the 9th and 10th days set aside for fasting. These are commonly called Tashwa and Ashura. This is done in accordance to Sunnah. Others include Safar, Rabiul Awal, Rabiul Thani, Jumada al-Ulla, Rajab, Ramadan and Shawwal.
Alhamdulillah, Sitti Shawwal means the 6-day fasting expected of every Muslim to observe in the month of Shawwal, meaning the immediate month after the month of Ramadan. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commanded us to fast the whole month of Ramadan and then make a follow-up with 6 in. So the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam made this clear, and he mentioned that whosoever fasts the month of Ramadan, meaning 30 or 29th, and then he makes a follow-up with 6 days in Shawwal, and it's as if he fasts the whole year. Meaning the 30 days we fasted in the month of Ramadan is equivalent to 10 months, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Man ja'a bil hasanati falahu ashru amthaliha. Whosoever performs a hasana, meaning a righteous deed, he has 10 of its, he has 10 bonus, meaning 30, 10 in 3 places. How many? He making it a 10 month. So, and then the 6th day of Shawwal, making it 2 months. So it is as if someone fasts the whole year. So the reward he stands to get. Therefore, with this, it is indeed very important for all of us to ensure that we observe the fasting through within the month before it elapses. And then one may decide to fast the Sitta Shawwal, one after the other, consecutively.
Well, I've had such a wonderful time, and it is always fun sharing Eid with you on this special day. So I hope that the blessings of the month of Ramadan and of Shawwal and the blessed day of Eid is imbibed into your lives, you and your family members. And from all of us at NTA Channel 5, we say to you, Taqabballahu minna wa minkum, which is from us to you. We wish you a wonderful Eid celebration. As always, I am Maimuna Ummi Ibrahim. See you on the next episode of Window on Abuja.
جئت بعد العسر يسرا ربنا أعلاك قدرا يا إمام الأنبياء أنت في الوجدان حي أنت للعينين ضي أنت عند الحوض ري أنت هاد وصفي يا حبيبي يا محمد يا نبي سلام عليك يا رسول سلام عليك يا حبيب سلام عليك صلوات الله عليك يا نبي سلام عليك
can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook at NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online, or visit www.nta.ng. For live streaming, visit www.nta.ng/live. Now, you can stay updated on the go, be it on your TV, iPhone, laptop, or iPad, or download the NTA mobile application from your Play Store or App Store. NTA, you can beat the rich.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview channel 264, or live streaming via www.visiontv.co.uk. Application for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA.
Service of the NTA.
Just take a step. Why don't you just take a step? Why don't you just take a step? Why don't you just take a step? Why don't you? Why don't you? Why don't you take a step?
Hello and welcome to another edition of Take a Step. I'm the quiz master, Moses Humphrey. This is a very, very special edition of Take a Step, and we have a limited number of students in the studio. We have just the participants, actually. Now, to play today, we have Ogunlesi Abdul Malik. Put your hands together for him. And he will be competing with Abina Miriam. Put your hands together for her as well. On this very special edition, our students will be out here in a bit to play the crossword puzzle, and whoever crosses the most number of words will take the very first step. Let's take a quick break. When we come back from that break, they'll be out here to play the crossword puzzle.
Take a Step is a production of NTA Educational Television. NTA Educational Television, promoting learning.
All right, it's a Take a Step special edition, and we have Abdul Malik and Miriam to play the crossword puzzle and answer questions. Abdul Malik is in SS3.
Yes, sir.
All right, and Miriam is in SS2.
Why don't you take a step?
Okay, so you have 40 seconds to cross as many words as you can find. Pick up your markers. Flip the boards and start crossing. Your 40 seconds starts now. You're looking for words like brother, sister, auntie, father, mother, and uncle. Words related to the family. 40 seconds ticking away. How many can you find? And cross every letter in a word. If you don't, it changes the meaning of the word. If you cross words that are not written underneath, that will not be counted for you. So it's not just random words, they are particular words. 40 seconds ticking away. your time is up. Let's start counting from Abdul Malik. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Put your hands together for him. And for Miriam, we're counting 1, 2, 3. That's not a word included. 3, put your hands together for her. All right, congratulations to you, Abdul Malik. You may take that step, very first step forward on the red. And that simply means you got to ask questions first. All right. And this is how we roll. We're starting off with English.
Why don't you take a step?
The underlined words are masculine. Choose the corresponding feminine gender related word. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. So for the next 2 questions each, you are to look for the corresponding feminine gender related word for the underlined masculine word. All right, you have questions 1 to 5 to play with. Pick a number.
Number 4.
Number 4, Abdul Malik. My nephew will soon be here for the party. Options are A, cousin, B, uncle, C, niece.
C.
Niece, right answer. Go ahead, take the step. Congratulations to you. Your question now.
Question 3.
Question 3. Where has the bus conductor gone with our load? A, conductress. B, conductress. C, conductoress.
Okay, the underlined word is
The underlined word is conductor.
Please the options again.
Options again, conductress, conductress, or conductoress.
B.
B, conductress, right answer. Take that step, out on the red. Congratulations to you. All right. Your next question, Abdul Malik.
Number 1.
Number 1. The lion is a strong and fierce animal. The underlined word is lion. A, iguana. B, cub. C, lioness.
Option C.
C, lioness. Right answer. Go ahead, take the step. Your question now.
Number 2.
Number 2. Some landlords are very generous. Underlined word, landlord. A, landladies. B, landmistress. C, landowners.
A, landladies.
Landlady, right answer. Put your hands together for her. So go ahead and take that step. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
We move away from English on to mathematics.
Why don't you take a step?
Abdul Malik, pick a number.
Number 5.
Number 5. Calculate the mean of this set of numbers. I beg your pardon. The mean of the set of numbers, 23, 11, 13, and 17. Your options are A, 14, B, 12, C, 16.
New size. 16. 16.
16 is the right answer. Put your hands together for him. Ooh, that was close, right? Take that step. Congratulations to you. Breathe in, breathe out. Good.
Yes, sir.
Pick a number now.
Question 3.
All right, question 3 for Miriam. How many lines of bilateral symmetry does a square have? A, 4, B, 6, C, 2.
How many lines of
Bilateral symmetry.
bilateral? 2.
Wrong answer. It's 4.
Okay.
Your question now.
Number 1.
Number 1. Find the discounted price if 10% is given on a cost price of 600 naira. A, 540 naira. B, 420 naira. C, 550 naira.
A, 540 naira.
540 naira is the right answer. Congratulations to you, Abdul Malik. Take that step. Great. All right, Miriam, go ahead. 2. Which of the following is a Pythagorean triple? A, 4, 5, 6. B, 6, 8, 10. Or C, 5, 13, 14.
I don't get the question.
Which of the following is a Pythagorean triple?
Pythagorean triple.
Should I define that for you? So what are the options are A, 4, 5, 6, B, 6, 8, 10, or C, 5, 13, 14.
B.
B, 6, 8, 10. Right answer, B. Take that step. And so we wrap up mathematics. Congratulations to you, Miriam, for taking that step. All right, we now move over to biology.
Why don't you take a step?
Pick a number.
Number 4.
Number 4, Abdul Malik. The blind spot is the point where the cells are not sensitive to dash. A, liquid. B, light. C, water.
Say the question.
The blind spot is the point where the cells are not sensitive to what? Is it A, liquid, B, light, or C, water?
B, light.
Light, right answer. Put your hands together for him. Take a step. Miriam.
Question 4.
Question 4 has been taken. You have 1,
Sorry.
2, 3, and 5.
Question 2.
Question 2. The ability of the eye to focus both near and distant objects on the retina is called what? A, vision. B, orientation. C, accommodation.
Say the question, please.
The ability of the eye to focus both near and distant objects on the retina is called, the time is gone already.
Sorry.
You should listen attentively to the question when it comes.
Okay.
The right answer is C, accommodation. All right, your question now.
Number 1.
Number 1 for Abdul Malik. The ear is the organ of hearing as well as the organ of dash in mammals. A, magnet. B, balance. C, protection.
B, balance.
Balance it is. Put your hands together for him. Take that step.
3.
Question 3. The retina is the part of the eye that is sensitive to what? A, light. B, touch. C, color.
B.
Touch. Wrong answer. The right answer is light. And so we move away from biology now. We now go on to economics.
Why don't you take a step?
Abdul Malik?
Number 5.
Number 5. You're smiling. You're doing good.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
A commercial bank is unique in that it is the only institution that A, accepts deposits, B, makes loans to private people and businessmen, C, can store people's valuables.
C. Can store.
C, can store people's valuables. Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Very sure.
Yes, sir.
Should we go with that?
Yes, sir.
Right answer C. Put your hands together for him. Congratulations to you. Go ahead. Take the step. Great, great. Nice. Nicely done. Miriam, your question now.
2.
Question 2. The inability to afford basic necessities needed to successfully live is what? A, relative poverty. B, absolute poverty. C, income poverty.
A.
A, relative poverty is the wrong answer. The right answer is B, absolute poverty, because you can't afford basic needs. Your question now.
Number 3.
Number 3. The geographical distribution or regional distribution of a population refers to where people dash. A, work. B, harvest. C, live.
Yes, I see. Live.
Live, right answer. Put your hands together for him. Congratulations to you, Abdul Malik. All right. Your question now.
1.
Question 1. MDG means what? A, Millennium Development Goals. B, Millennium Debt Goods. C, Millennium Detached Goods.
A.
A, Millennium Development Goals is the right answer. Put your hands together for her. Take a step. We'll move away from economics now. We still have a few to go. So we go on to vocation.
Why don't you take a step?
On to vocation now. We're looking at gardener. The vocation of a gardener. Sure, pick a number, 1 to 5.
Number 1.
Number 1. A gardener is someone who practices what? A, gardening. B, design. C, grass cutting.
A. Gardening.
Gardening is the right answer. Put your hands together for him. Take the step. Your question?
2.
Question 2 for Miriam. Dash is a plant-based food pro system and the world's oldest form of gardening. A, home gardening. B, forest gardening. C, street gardening.
A.
A, home gardening. Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure? Final answer A, home gardening. And that was the wrong answer. The right answer is C, is B, forest gardening actually.
Okay.
Go ahead, pick a number.
Number 4.
Number 4. Gardeners need to control weed using physical dash methods to stop weeds from reaching a mature stage of growth. A, scientific. B, chemical. C, psychological.
Answer is B.
Chemical.
Yes, sir.
Chemical methods.
Yes, sir.
Physical and chemical.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
All right. Congratulations to you. Put your hands together for him. take the step. Your question now.
5.
Question 5. A key element of Chinese garden design is A. Symbolism, B. Photos, C. Letters.
C.
C. Letters. Are you guessing or are you certain? Tell me which one.
Guessing.
You're just guessing. Okay. Well, C is letters, and that is the wrong answer. The right answer is A, symbolism. We move away from vocation now, onto profession.
Why don't you take a step?
Pick a number.
Number 3.
Number 3 for Abdul Malik. We're looking at bodybuilding. You know who a bodybuilder is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, look, talking about bodybuilding now. Number 3 question. Bodybuilders are ranked based on criteria such as symmetry, muscularity, and conditioning in competitive bodybuilding. A. Man. B. Women. C. Amateur.
A. Man.
Man is the wrong answer. The right answer is amateur. C. Your question, Mariam. Okay. Your question.
3.
3 has been taken.
2.
Question 2. Well-known bodybuilders include A. Arnold Schwarzenegger, B. Aristotle, C. Bruce Lee.
B.
Aristotle. Yeah? Aristotle?
Yes.
The right answer is A. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Have you ever heard the name before? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No.
Have you ever heard Arnold?
I guess.
Have you ever heard Commando?
Yes.
Okay. Your question now.
Number 1.
Number 1. Bodybuilding is a use of progressive resistance exercise to control and develop one's dash. A. Energy. B. Musculature. C. Ego.
B.
B. Musculature.
Yes, sir.
Right answer. Put your hands together for him. Go ahead, take a step. Congratulations to you.
Yes, sir.
Your question now.
5.
Are you smiling for him or for yourself? I don't understand your
I'm
smile
happy
right
for
now.
him.
You're happy for him. Oh, that's nice. All right, 5. The dash is a mandatory pose. A. Side chest. B. Side leg. C. Side hand.
C.
C. Side hand. Okay. That was the wrong answer. The right answer is side chest.
Side chest.
All right. And that's pretty much how far we can go today on the show. It's been between Abdul Malik and Miriam. And we have Abdul Malik, emerging winner, on the show. Please put your hands together for him. And the good thing is Miriam is happy for you. Let's meet in front. We'll go on a very quick break. When we come back, the very happy Miriam and Abdul Malik will be receiving their gift items. Take a step. We'll be back after this break.
Why don't you take a step?
And this is where it has come to on Take a Step today between Ogunlesi Abdul Malik, an SS3 student, and Abina Miriam, an SS2 student. And we have Ogunlesi Abdul Malik, emerging winner, on today's show. But we must also congratulate Abina Miriam for coming, and this is coming to you courtesy NTA Educational TV. And this goes to our winner today on the show.
Thank you so much.
Kulesi Abdul Malik. And that's the show for today. Take a Step will be back same time next week. My name is Moses Humphrey, the Quiz Master. I'll see you then. Bye for now.
Sound my book. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Why don't you just take a step? Why don't you just take a step? Why don't you just take a step? Why don't you? Why don't you? Why don't you take a step?
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Nigeria, our great nation with vast and rich land. Our people are strong and united. Our founding fathers, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and a host of others bequeathed us a united, peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Let us honor them by living in peace with one another. Let us eschew violence, ethnic profiling, and religious bigotry. We must avoid hate speech and other forms of derogatory words against our fellow Nigerians. Let our differences in tribes, cultures, religions, or politics be the ingredients that make our unity palatable. Let us all join hands to fight our common enemies of insecurity, poverty, and unemployment. Nigeria is big enough for us all. Let's unite to make our country a great place for us all. This message is from Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation in collaboration with Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
No, this is not working. Oh no, I got it before. Yeah. Okay, this is it. How many of you can relate to this? I mean, children of the 80s, 90s, maybe early 2000s. The early 2000s. Okay, yeah, maybe. I guess they can relate with this. Oh my, I don't know the name of this game, but I know we really played it a whole lot when I was younger, and I was a champion. Like, I literally paid my school fees playing this. Okay, that's not true. All right, this is the Medley show for today. And today on the show, we will be doing some throwback of yesteryears, throwback on the days when your mother's one look tells you so much. That look that tells you, let me catch you at home. Or that look that says, sit down there. Or, okay. Also, the days when television started at 4 o'clock with the color bars. Anyhow, that's what we're talking about today, throwback. So you tell us your fond memories of growing up, and let's get to share this together on our program on the Medley Show. Our number to call us is 081 177 82020. 081 1778 2020. All right, on the show today, I have my friend and sister. She's an on-air personality. She's quite an interesting person. I've always wanted to bring her on set, and today I managed to get her. Help me in welcoming, as I roll the drum, having a competition with me. The first to get this, I will link and work at the...
Please, yeah. I'm busy.
I know, right?
I'm busy, I'm concentrating. Hey, small pikin, they sweet, sha.
I know, right?
Small pikin, old school, they sweet.
Old school, they sweet.
This time around. I'm on C level.
Okay, I've lost I gave up. Now, I want us to do something else now. Let me get this thing. Okay, I want us to play one of that game we played back in the years. I don't know, let's do some sanitizing so that we'll just be sure that NCDC doesn't come here looking for us. Okay, good.
But I hope the sanitizer is not the one that you win me.
No, don't worry, relax now.
Because I want to win you.
We're going to play this thing.
Okay.
I know we sing it like, my mother told me, let's do.
Second one. Second two.
Okay, yeah.
Second one. Second two. Second.
I can't remember that one.
Is there another one that I'm singing?
Yeah, so let's do this one. My mother told me that she will buy me another darling. If I was good, a little prayer. Come and come play with me. I'll be your darling friend. Forevermore, ABCD, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right.
I would like to, even when they were doing that, I don't know the song, but I'm an expert. You don't feel with me.
I know, right?
Our talent.
Our talent. Which was your favorite game back in the year?
A lot.
10,
There's no one I don't
course.
do. 10 is there. There's this one you just put, the normal
is it suwe?
But we do suwe. There's this other one you use nail.
Which one is nail?
It's like suwe, but you use nail.
Where did you grow? Lagos.
Yes.
Lagos. Okay, I grew up in Lagos too.
Jegule.
Are you serious?
Jegule, you know.
Ajogule. Olo your papa or Ajogule?
Where you want? Nasamu. Agausa, Mba Street. The one and only Tolu.
Hey, Tolu Complex.
Oh yes, then our own was about 16 schools. We have about 16
schools. Yeah, I know
Tolu
Complex had like.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we will get a lot of students when they day class that time. They will go to pick crab. They will leave classroom, go to pick crab. Sorry, I'm using pidgin English because when it comes to old school, man, it is sweet for pidgin English. She can do the English.
You know, on my old school, secondary school platform, they were talking about when we were in SS3 and the teacher and our principal asked us that we have to bring our parents to swear something. Some bad boys went to get they hired parents. Then one guy brought a parent, somebody that he's actually older than. The principal now told him that with all your beards, is this guy your father? It was some really interesting things. Well, I guess we're going to talk a little much more about this. But first, let's go on to our first feature. You've seen Willie and I try to play some of the games we played back in the days. And it's time for us to look at this feature put together by Medley correspondent Berry on some childhood games.
Children want to grow up fast and be adults. But ironically, adults often wish they could go back to the simpler times of their childhood. With the struggles that come with being a grown-up, every once in a while, people find an escape merely by reflecting on their childhood memories. A fun memory for many people is playing games in their childhood.
I remember the game I like. It was football, and it was not a competitive game, but it was just a normal PE. That was days of sport. That's the kind of game I remember playing in my primary school.
We do play competition in where I school in my primary school in Zuba Primary School. Yeah, we do play football there, and our main sport there is football. We do play matches with different schools over there.
The school playground was home to many iconic games, for sure, like 10-10, Fire on the Mountain, Tug of War, Skipping Rope, Boju Boju or Hide and Seek, Tiko Tiko, Suwe, and many more. We also relished any opportunity to play these games with our neighborhood friends after school or on weekends. But the fun didn't stop there. If we had to stay indoors, we entertained ourselves with games like Ayo, Ludo, Snakes and Ladders, What, Draft, Monopoly and Scrabble. Childhood games could also get very competitive. Unfortunately, we can't go back to being kids, but we can certainly cherish the many memories we made bonding with friends over childhood games.
Fun to remember those days growing up, childhood game, fun memories. I know things are hard now. I know, things are hard. You know, back in the days, it's very easy to ask your parents to give you money. But when you start working, you realize that, man, it's not so easy getting the money. We had those fun days. Even though, like I said, we know things are not so easy right now, but once in a while, it's always good to flashback, laugh, and have some fun. All right, I've been on set with my friend now. Okay, I'm only Stella Wokedi, but of course many of you would know her as Willie on air personality. All right. Also, I have another of my friend who has joined us on set today. This is the part where the drum starts going and you just go. Belema Meshach Hart. He is also called Tatafo Nanja. You find him on Instagram and on other social media as Tatafo Nanja. He is a blogger and a social media influencer. Belema, thanks for coming around.
Thanks for having me.
Where did you grow first? She grew up in Lagos.
I grew up in Port Harcourt.
Port Harcourt, good. So we're going to get another feel of. Well, I think generally it was almost practically all the same.
Yeah, somehow, without social media back then, everybody in North, South, East, West, we were just playing the same kind of games. You hardly see it. Maybe the difference would be in how you called the game. But I think it was basically the same thing. And us down south, the guys down south, there's this football competition we play with the corks of canned drinks, bottled drinks. Put on the floor.
Is it the one that they do like
yes, oh my God, I was a champion. Are you getting me? And we took it very seriously. We had to go and even mold our cups, right? Everybody had the cup, and you're not playing like a World Cup. So you have 32 boys with their 32
You
teams.
remember that shine? I don't want to mention the name of that bottle. That shine thing that they wrap on that bottle.
That's what I used to do your jersey. Are you getting me? You also use that one to
Thank you.
You did these things. She did these things.
I
just remember that's what we used to cover the cup. So the cup would be shiny. It would not look like a silver or a gold cup. Yes. The tournament was not. It was not a plating.
Tournament.
It was a tournament. So around the estate. I stayed in an estate. So it was around the estate. So people from different areas of the estate will come with their teams. We come and we now pick our countries. When you pick your countries, you now go back and create your team. Then you now have to see designs of jerseys for cocks. So hey.
And this cocks you will select. If you're selecting green, you make sure your own is green.
Everything there is green.
If it's red, you make sure your own is red. That's different color.
Some now will use paper and cover their own. They are now painted the color of the country's flag.
This is
It was a serious matter. They now see, we knew the champions amongst us. You didn't want to meet the champions to the final. Are you getting me? Oh, it was fun.
Yeah.
But kids don't do. I don't think.
I know with this whole computer
is taking everybody. In fact, I think I don't know. Computer, yes, computer has come to stay.
Yeah, and it's good.
All this thing has come to stay. It's very nice, but I think it's dragging us away from that thing called let's come together.
Yes, one-on-one.
That in love,
yes. See, and it's
and
taking
the communication is no more there.
Yeah, they can all be in the same place. Everybody's playing their own game on their mobile phone. And back in the day, storytelling was a big deal. I remember my mom seemed to know the story of everything that is happening in Lagos. How Bomo did one thing somewhere, how somebody disappeared. She will give you an entire story of Lady Koi Koi.
Then Bush Baby, all those stories. I don't think they tell. Do they tell those stories again?
No, who says the only story they tell is Avenger.
No, now they have to go. It's people like you that are not making us enjoy the story. You ask us to go to we have to go to Belema site to go and start reading the stories.
But the truth is that if we can just bring back those stories and digitalize them.
I know.
Are you getting me? Those stories that made us while we were growing up, we can digitalize them and make people now see them online. I know some people are trying to creatively turn those games to digital models. So now you can see words. There's a digital model of words. So you can play on your phone. You can play with competitors around the world. So I think if we take it to that level, it's going to make...
Stella, tell us about your mom. Because my mom is like, I guess it was just an African mom or a Nigerian mom that will just look at you with one eye. And that look is so loud. That look can have 22 meanings.
You know the interpretation.
As in you go to somebody's house. Or maybe visitor comes in.
The house. That's it. You know where you should be.
You will just respect yourself. Stand up.
You just go out. And this one, once visitors are around, your job is just drop the thing that they want you to drop and go. You don't need anybody to tell you. But this time around, the children will even balance. Yes. There's this particular friend of mine, anytime I go to their house, if I'm discussing with the mom, you need to see how the children are increasing the volume of the radio. I said radio, television. Yeah, I'll be looking at the mom and say, what happened? Even though I'm man hotel, I go tell you now. And another thing, if you try to correct that, there's something about mothers. Take, for example, yes, this child is doing something that is not nice. And you try to correct the mother. Now, the mother is seeing you as an enemy, as in you're bullying their children. And even presently, there are so many things I've noticed about so many of us that grew up with beating, scolding now, even though they didn't use skate. Presently, some of our parents now, when they see where somebody is flogging their child, they say, that's child abuse.
Don't abuse my child. Anyhow, I think let's go on the street now. When we get back, we'll talk about how Koboko had
resolved.
Koboko.
If my mother is watching this,
you know that thing they use in turning Gary?
that is it.
Yes, that thing they use in
turning Gary. Okay, is that reset? You know, turn you to default.
I had to now wait for you. Just wait for you to sleep.
Oh, see, please leave these two people. Let's go and get your opinion on the street, your fond memories of childhood.
Oftentimes, when some people look back on their childhood, there are certain memories that stand out. These memories could be of people, events, or even activities that makes one smile and sometimes wish it could be done over and over again. The Medley show on the street today is set to find out what makes your childhood memorable.
One way I feel remember, I understand. So the time where we did small, even I thief fish for pot, I thief fish for pot for my mama pop, all this. But I'm liking driving motor, you understand? I liking doing motor, I'm driving. I like football. You know, saying the end of the day, I saw myself for car stand, you understand? So all these things, I like car. So now waiting they give me joy into my childhood.
During my childhood, I love playing ball, playing also singing. I love dancing very, very well.
Like there are so many things we did that time. Like the most funniest one is the one we call Moscata. So we just gather ourselves like 6. We divide ourselves into 2 groups. These people go here, these people go here. We'll count to 10. Then we'll start shooting each other. Papa, I kill you, I kill you, I kill you.
What I always remember when I was childhood is that I didn't like going to school. Before I go to school, they would drag me. If I go to the class, if teacher went out, I will run and go out. They will run, follow me to go and pick me. That's the only thing I always remember and laugh.
Come back to school. No, my mother is not around. My father is not around. And before you know something, you know the chaff of instead of the, I don't know how to put that one. The chaff of corn. I cut the chaff and put sugar on it. I buy sugar of 2 naira. But I cannot take it. I will just, if I filter the sugar finish, I will just bring the chaff out.
I think it has to be the running around. With just panties, especially for this weather now that you cannot even do that. So I think that, then sway and Lord, those ones you use stone to play. Wale, yeah, and lots of fun games. I think basically it's just the freedom to express yourself and just be yourself.
It's fun and refreshing, recalling some nostalgic moments from childhood. Though work and family life may take the better of our time, it's therapeutic going down the memory lane and smiling at some of these fun times. Let's go back to the studio where we'll talk more on back in the days.
That was Capsy on the streets, giving us some back in the days on the street. The program is the Medley Show, if you're just joining us. And today, it's some throwback. Well, throwback time on the Medley Show. And our number to reach us, send us messages, not call, WhatsApp or text messages on 0801 1778 2020. All right, I still have Belema and Willy with me on set. I don't know if, well, some of your children back in the days had pillow as throwback.
Yeah.
And I had this. I don't know how many of you had this back in the time. Yeah, I know many people. You tell me it is not.
Don't even ask me because my Jabon don't reach that level.
Okay, well, you remember you said you are Jagule. No, tell me about your mom then.
My mom was a good mom. Is a good mom. Hi, mommy, I love you. But you see, this flogging.
Hey.
No, you see this flogging. And she knew that she could not chase me around the house. So you know what she would do? She would just come back as if nothing happened. Are you getting me? And it would allow me to go and sleep. Oh, you have entered that glorious rest.
Hallelujah.
Next thing, it is what will wake you up from sleep.
From the leg.
Yeah. And they will use
the leg.
You know why she used the Gary stoner? Because I have hidden all the koboko in the house. She cannot find anyone again.
Doesn't she do? I thought they do slippers then.
No, slippers will not enter you now.
Slippers on me.
My mom did not use slippers. No.
But I know my mom had something with her fingers. There's this finger. There's where she twists your ear, like.
You didn't even twist your
people were good children. You will come close to your mom to touch your ear.
No, it's not touching.
These are good children.
You know
us that will run around. They don't know space to touch here.
Remember this old calendar, that cloth old calendar, that one that they used to draw this first tack 90 whatever. You know the calendar. You know that I don't know whether to call it rubber at the edge of the calendar. I don't think they use flog us now. Or sometimes they go stab you. There's one, I don't know if I'm supposed to mention this one, but they have kicked against that one. The issue of using pepper.
No, did they do pepper?
Yes, they did pepper.
They did pepper?
Yes.
For some people, maybe.
For some people.
Okay.
For some people.
But it's not that this time around people use it to I don't know whether, I don't even know whether an evil spirit.
Okay. All right, let's take some messages from people. George from Kogi says, my favorite then was throwing of Okada tire. Okay.
Yes. Oh, you run it.
Okay, rolling the tire.
You use your hand or you use
stick.
Okay.
You play well.
Yes, there's one of you stick.
Not beside play because my parents are very strict. So in our common, once my parents are coming back, they would already come. Papa, don't they come back?
Then we will take off.
Take off. Bring water. Wash your leg. Grease Papa or sit down. Like say they watch TV. And then it was NTA.
Okay, we're going to talk about the days when television started at 4 o'clock. But let's take this on. My name is Vicky Vic. I can still remember when we do play. My mother told me not to play with fire. I don't know what that is, but said something like that. All right, quickly, we'll take another person. And this one said, we used to watch Indian film every Saturday. Yeah, I think that was the days of Indian film, right?
Johnny the girl.
Yeah, those are the days of Indian film. Okay. And please try to stop calling me so I can actually get to read your messages. You have so many messages coming in. I'm glad to know that we have so many fun memories to share with each other. Today is Throwback Day. And let's throw back and remember the days when... Let's do this together.
I remember packing. You know that about
Yes.
Packing, either you... At least anybody who will first reach up or they just dig a hole.
Yeah, anybody that first gets...
Person that first gets into the hole.
Packing.
Packing.
We call it packing.
How did they get that in packing?
I don't know. I don't even know what they call it back then.
It's packing. Yeah, that's what we call it in Lagos.
But I don't know whether that's the... is it botanic?
Okay. I remember packing. Yeah, I remember packing. Then I remember this one where there are 7 stones. You throw the stones.
I was a champion in that one. You just throw one, you catch. You throw 1, 2. You throw 1, 2, 3. You throw 1, 2, 3, 4. You throw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Once you just throw, you don't pack it. Thank you.
Children of this day, don't worry, you won't understand.
Okay. Let's talk about the days when television started at 4 o'clock. The first thing we just hear is color bars, different colors. The next thing we hear, dun, 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 dun. After the anthem, we now hear the pledge comes and the continuity announcer comes and now says, today on the NTA network service, we're going to start with this. She now runs through the program till the end. Then the next thing we hear, let's say it together. Sunny day, night away, on my way to where the air is sweet. Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street?
Oh, we had fun.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, which one was yours? Let
No, that time we never come back. That's why they meet up now.
No, we had Voltron. We had this.
Activate intellect. Dinosaur collective. Empresses go. Oh my God.
I don't make sense to
know. I don't know what they talk.
This teddy bear that he grew up as a dog. Super Ted.
Wait, let me tell you the story. After the story about an ordinary teddy bear. When it was made, they found something wrong with him and sent him away like a piece of rubbish into an old dark story. Then from outer space came a sporty man, brought him to life with his cosmic dust. And Mother Nature gave him superpowers.
could draw Super Ted. I could draw the word. No.
There's one pigeon. I am living in
In
the pigeon way.
There are the people you would meet. Here are the people who would say hello, goodbye, hello, goodbye, every day. Then there is this one. Dodo. There is this Dodo. Hey, what's the sound? What's the soundtrack for Dodo now? I think we had a clip of Dodo.
Maybe she just say
Then
Pangolo, Ojume,
Ojamala, Suruya. Okay, let me hear the sound of the Dodo. I think Dodo is on.
He's a science fiction mixing from a strange atomic race. Dodo, the kid from outer space.
Dodo! Yes, Dodo is the kid from outer space. All right, who is this now? Oh my God, please stop trying to call me Zakar. We used to watch Indian film every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. when we rush to do our house chores. Okay, this is another message I get here. And who is this? Oh my God. Okay, now I'm so choked already. You don't need to remind me. You don't need to remind me that I didn't care and I did not. Oh, who is this? Please speak English when you're writing so I can actually read it. Okay. While we're still on this, I think it's time for us to go on to take something else. Usually I attend DK Chukwumerij's Night of Spoken Words. This one he had made in Nigeria, in that it takes us throwback about back in the days of what Nigeria used to be. And there's this one that he put together about some memories of growing up. So I put this together and I thought, let's have a look at it and then we're back to talk more.
Bring back the days of neighborhoods, the good we had in all of us. Bring back the trees, bring back the river, bring back a clean and peaceful delta. Bring back the night, the full moon night, and the stories we told by candlelight, the songs each one knew well by heart, the games we played before the internet. Bring back Okocha, the wonder year. Who brought us to this place of tea? So where is Jos? Before the trenches, bring back the plateau and our churches. Before the proof of faith was riches, bring back Islam. Before jihadists, before the proof of faith was murder, bring back that love for one another. When neighbors checked on neighbors' children, not Cotton House would go kidnap them. Bring back the days of boarding schools when boys were mates. Bring back our girl. When Pinafon talks up to me, bring back that bond between cities. Bring back the trains, the open roads, not men who kill for absent gods. So where is Jos? Before the madness, bring back the minds we've lost the darkness and all that's good in you and me. Bring back that old Medukuri. And all that's good from Sambisa. Bring back Lake Chad, bring back Mama. When bird songs fill the morning air, bring back the days our head was clear. When right and wrong were wrong.
All right, so that's DK Chukwumerij tried to give us some back in the days. All right, some messages here. My name is Yashim Elisha. My games are high jump, acrobatic. Okay, he's talking about some games he did back in the time. Olusegun from Ogun State said, I love playing in the rain. Yeah, playing in the rain. That one.
Come again. Oh,
Suleiman says, I love Ludo.
Look,
give me my
white finger. And funny enough, you look at your finger and you now see the white mark. How does it happen?
Or when you have a bad teeth and your teeth goes off, you just throw it on the rooftop and they say, lizard.
Let her live and they walk. Or they say if you have no, there's one other one say if lizards see your teeth or something like that. I can't remember. You have broken teeth, have you?
Okay. All right. So Akachuku from Owerri say, "Na game starts with me that time." What's game starts?
War starts. You will now have your teams. It's like a war game. War starts now.
Okay, you use paper to do gun or you use stick. There's a way you shape that stick into gun.
War starts. everybody will go and hide.
Taylor.
Hide position.
They not shoot down. Now lie. You don't shoot me. Now lie. You supposed that. The other time I shot you, you don't want to fall. Me, I will not fall. Come and hit me now.
Okay. All right. So we're going to take a look at some of the old NTA adverts then soon. But my name is UC Baby. My favorite game back that year is Willy Willy game. And using sachet pure water as bed back in the day. Was that where you got your nickname?
I still never know who I be.
You know, Willy, I can be so afraid of that.
I only watched that thing once. In our house, they don't allow us to watch any horror movie.
We watched it in Port Harcourt a lot. It was a very. I think that was the first or the major horror movie we had back then.
Then Willy, Awa, Abiku.
Hey, do you know, I like.
From that Awa, don't call my name. I'll come and say, do call my name.
Do you know that thing? I can be so scared.
The first day we watched Awa, I need to see what happened to me and my sister. The TV was shining one kind. I don't understand how it was shining. 3 of us now ran out of the house. And you know my father does it like once you're not inside the house, make sure everything is off. The light, the fridge and every other thing. We are outside, so me and my sister say, who will go off TV now? Me and I told my sister, now you be elder, go and off. They said, no, me that I'm behaving like a tomboy, I should go and off. You need to see how 3 of us just line up behind us. We held ourselves, close our eyes, enter the house, and off the TV. See speed, we'll take
I don't know how the guys are. And those guys, I wish.
I thought those are Telefest dramas.
Yes,
Telefest. Then there's this one, Abiku, Ogbanje. Damn, I really don't get it.
The point they put my hand.
Okay, my name is Ezinwa Ambassador George Bochi, voice of. Okay, I like playing football, but my mom didn't like it because she thought football is for dropouts and would never like her children to play it. My favorite is playing phone games and football. Phone games. Which one be phone games? Which one be phone games?
This guy.
The closest to a phone game is that bricks game.
No, that was not the phone. This guy is a 2001 game.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's not that kind of phone? You just call somebody randomly and just say one rubbish thing and just...
Okay.
Are you sure it's not the phone game he's talking about?
Okay, I don't know. We're going to take more. But now, there were some very interesting TV commercials back in the days.
Wow.
Like, I know we had... I will just mention the elephant blew the taj. Wait, which one? Zebediah says, you are. Hey, who's this? That's
Nigeria is 25.
They always be survived. Rise, salute the nation. Come join the celebration.
That's how they talk at that time.
Okay.
Temako make things better.
Okay, Temako. We had you know that Temako thing.
That fridge will be full, man. You now look at your own fridge in the house. You now be wondering, why is this Temako?
It's just the amazing way the guy will open the fridge. Then the items start appearing inside. Do you know I've always wondered like
make better things.
Oh, I won't forget.
Okay, there Joy Girl, you can bear the looks again. Okay, let me see. That's Joy Girl, right?
Oh, yeah, these people. These people created works of art.
Joy soap has a special quality. Joy soap has a special beauty treatment. You can feel Joy soap gently and softly.
That's what I said, if not because of network, you get many of them one more. Some people used to post it this their old school talk.
Joy soap, your own special beauty treatment.
Okay, there's another one. I used to like elephant blue detergent. Yeah, that's the one I talked about. I think we also that's Zebediah. Wait, I'm trying to. Okay, that's it. Oh, good.
Clean, fresh wash for all the family's clothes. Ayua, the new improved elephant blue detergent. I have special ingredients to laundricate whiter and color brighter.
Anya, you mean it has the power to make my dirty clothes cleaner, brighter than fresh before?
Whether it are dirty of baby nappy or dirty of mechanic uniform, the new improved elephant blue detergent are powerful to penetration deep down and abolish all the dirty. That's why everybody are now use the new improved elephant blue detergent, even plus including Mrs.
From today on, I'll make sure all my washings are done with new improved elephant blue detergent.
Ayua, if you want a good detergent to be washed deep down, cleaner, brighter, and fresher, go to be purchased the new improved elephant blue detergent.
Elephant blue detergent.
Nice. I hope there's another one. I really like that one, and that's Samanja, right?
That's Samanja.
Yeah, that's Samanja. Someone is asking a message here. I just looked at this. Laugh out loud. Willy, what are you holding over there?
Oh, nah, we don't know the name. Oh. In fact, we love it, but we don't know the name.
He said that's one of his favorites. My dear children of nowadays are missing a lot. This time around is something else. Yeah, that's true. I remember my childhood when I talked to my peers to be... I don't get what you're saying, Esti Mohammed. You know, we're talking about back in the days when Simbi was still a girl and Ali was still a boy, and there was still Mr. Salami and Mrs. Salami. When Eze was still going to school, right?
Abo lives in Calabar. He is 8 years old. Every morning he goes to school. But wait. There used to be
this one small yellow book. What was it called?
Is it the silver?
Premier. That's something Premier.
Is it Premier?
Yes.
It's Premier.
Is it Silver Spoon?
No, it's something Premier.
Something Premier.
We have the drummer boy.
So interesting.
We have Chica and the River. We have hey man. So I'm sure I'm not sit down for class.
Okay, all right. So what was trying to remember that I think we have another interesting ad then. We have a two ad, Bako Super Sack. Hey! All right, let's get to see Bako Super Sack.
Wetin be this? Not to cement wey dey inside Bako Super Sack na I order. Una come bring all this yeye bag wey go dey tear the leak cement for everybody. Just put your trailer for gear 1 reverse begin comot here now. We no go gree o, we no go gree. Bako Super Sack na him we want. Wetin? All cement bag na the same. Na lie. Look the one wey you bring before. When small rain beat am, na so e go strong kakaraka like Suma rock. But that one no fit happen for the cement when e dey for inside Bako Super Sack. You know the tear, you know the leak. And we fit sell am for market women dem. What people dey buy am? No be so reject that they reject am. See the cement wey dey inside Bako Super Sack as e dey fresh. And e don take. Make una just go bring my cement wey dey inside Bako Super Sack. We don win, oh, we don win. Bako Super Sack, we don win.
Super Sack, we don't win.
That's one of that song I remember. Me, I like my country.
I like our people. Everything is there for Nigeria. Put your hands. But it's a feel better. I like them. Okay. All right, so let's get to see the MK Abiola advert of SDP then.
Oh my God, you're making me
MKO, action. Abiola.
I tire for this problem, I tire for life for Guinea. No work, no food, no house, no life. This no water, then they bring us so dirty, they pull am. This more money, I they get now social transport, they chop am. School low, na headache, hospital, no work. I tire for life for my brother. Waiting you they think, oh, my sister. Help don't come, SDP, MKO, Kinibe, action. MKO, Kinibe, SDP, progress. Abiola na the local, SDP na the party to solve our problem and better our life. Oh, MKO, 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 action. Abiola, 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 progress. Now he be the hope for better tomorrow.
Naim be the man. Oh no.
God never mold them.
Oh no. All right, who is this? My name is Christian from Ojota, and what I love playing most was the war start shooting game. I think that's what you just talked about, and football back in the East, and even play balls, and also Papa Ajasko on NTA. Papa Ajasko. Good afternoon, my name is Yusuf from Kwara State, living in Abuja. I remember during my old days, playing a lot of games with my friend, like table tennis and lots more. Thank you. Your program is very interesting.
Very. In a juggle, if you know something,
bench. Is it not bench they used to?
That time we used bench, one tin bench like this. Then milk, bench. You know, the can containers like this, and put one stick on top.
On top of it.
Then you now go and carry your wood. Oh God.
I'm
telling you.
Okay. Please, can I just take quick messages? I can't forget my classmate asking me to give them moi moi. You know they used to make plantain leaf. Okay, Mark.
I remember that ice cream with sugar and milk.
Condense.
Inside leather,
then
white
Baba
leather.
Dudu.
Hey, that comes like this.
Hey. We have condense. We have Baba Dudu. We have.
That ice cream will not cut the tip.
The other name?
Yeah.
Cut the tip of the ice cream and be
But do you know that is just ice block?
It's just ice block. It's sugar and milk and water.
There's nothing
and
inside.
Put color inside. You not see the red one. That's a Fanta.
There's one, that one is still available. That one you can still get in the market. What's it called? Agidi jollof rice.
Agidi jollof.
There's one other one again. What's it with the name? Kulikuli is still there.
Kulikuli is there. Babadudu is still there. Then
there's this sweet that has different color. Coconut candle still is still there.
Okay. While we're still trying to remember, and I'm still going to take more of your messages, let's go on to look at what was the fashion sense back in the days. I know they say fashion is evolving, but we had quite some interesting fashion styles then. Ask your parents, they'll know.
Fashion has always defined the time in history, and over the course of the last century, there have always been iconic fashion moments that we will forever associate with that period in time. Let's look back at some throwback moments of Nigerian fashion history. There's a reason the 1970s continue to be one of the most stylish decades of all time. The era gave birth to an eclectic mix of style influences. One of the most memorable fashion moments of that time was the hair. Just about everyone rocked a fabulous afro. Women's fashion then was populated with miniskirts and dresses, and a daring interpretation of the Iran buba known as oleku. It was a particularly exciting time for men's fashion. The wide lapels, the hipster trousers, and of course, the block heel platform shoes. It was also very on trend for men's shirts to be worn heavily unbuttoned to show off their jewelry. The 80s were a stark departure from the fashion of the 70s. Instead of the fitted tailored suits, men moved on to roomier silhouettes. Also, everything had shoulder pads. Other popular trends were bold makeup, big jewelry, and jerry curls, as well as neon colors and bright color blocking. The 90s and early 2000s had quite a bit in common where youth fashion culture was concerned. The rise of Nollywood in the early 90s informed much of the fashion that was trending at that time. Boosted later in that period by the popularity of music videos on platforms like MTV Base and Channel O. Young men of the 90s imitated the hip-hop trends of baggy jeans, oversized t-shirts, as well as flannel. Women of the 90s, on the other hand, made some interesting fashion choices. These hats were a big hit of that time, as well as bandanas, tube tops, crop tops, spaghetti straps, chokers, lots and lots of velvet. These now retro sunglasses, and of course, the bell-bottom denim, otherwise known as the bongo jeans, which was simply a reinterpretation of the flare trouser style of earlier decades, but with a much lower waistline. The Ebola shoes also came back as platform slippers, and we really loved our denim back then. Denim overalls, denim jumpsuits, and you had to pair your denim with a big buckle belt. School children of the 90s who were too young for these fashion-forward trends will fondly remember other trends that were just as ubiquitous, like these brown butter shoes and these sparkly jelly sandals. Trending hairstyles for school kids in the 90s included threaded hairstyles like this. A particularly popular thread hairstyle was the Isam or periwinkle, named for its resemblance to the seafood delicacy. Another popular hairstyle at the time was the Bob Marley braids, which ironically looked nothing like Bob Marley's hair. The 90s also gave us one of the most iconic hairstyles of all time, box braids. At the time, a lot of people identify the hairstyle with the singer Patra and also Janet Jackson from the film Poetic Justice. Whatever the inspiration you remember for it, it has definitely gone down in the history books as a definitive hairstyle of the 90s. Tiny bags are another iconic trend of the 90s. I mean, if you didn't own a tiny bag to carry around your wet lips roll-on lip gloss and your prized Nokia GSM phone, did you even live through the 90s? Speaking of lip gloss, a very popular beauty trend at the time, instead of lipstick, was to simply rock lip liner with lip gloss and, of course, overplucked eyebrows. A trend that was made all the more popular by Nollywood stars like Rita Dominic, Kate Henshaw, Genevieve Nnaji, and many more.
Kachi Ogba putting together some throwbacks from the 70s till the early 2000s. If you're not joining us, the program is the Medley Show. And we are throwing back. It's Throwback Wednesday on the Medley show today. And it's been fun. I've been having my chat with my friend, Willy and Tatafo Nanja. Together we've been trying to catch up on back in the days. Okay. So someone wrote a message while we were on, and he talked about when they used to play Daddy and Mommy. And their mommy will be cooking. You get this milk container, you'll be cooking. Then the house is under the bench.
That I will now go and even do firewood. Look for firewood. They put container, then go and put oil, palm oil. They put leaf inside. We are really cooking, man.
Yeah,
you test it, oh.
You test it, oh. We test it.
Test it.
They
use your leg to build houses with mud. Then you now do the road. The road will not be very fine. You now create your road. Then you now go to bitter leaf. There's this insect on bitter leaf. It's called elephant. We call it, I don't know the name. We call it elephant. We now go and pick it and pick two. And that's drop it. So they're in their house. They'll now be watching. Yes, we built a house, but they will not go and enter inside the house.
You grew up as a child.
I'm telling you.
These days, I really don't get it. What do they really do these days? Computer games, right?
Well, let's say it's their fault. Change must come.
But there's something. Growing up in Lagos, we were upstairs. Then we at the compound beside us will now have kite competition.
Hey, kite! I do kite. I can build kite now.
You can.
As in,
there's this one. What do you call that one that they build, that they use rope to hold, that it will be going up?
No,
that's kite. That's kite now. That's kite. Then my compound at the next
compound. The that at Jegula, oh my God.
Kites are just everywhere.
Every time you see people coming out, everybody, tell your picking, no. Anybody when we catch, we go arrest them. We don't care whether it's small. See you later.
But do you know that was aerodynamics? We were having fun and we're building things that we're using technology.
Yes, sir.
Because to build that kind of kite that will go up like that.
Everyone start getting to create different.
They use ice cream stick. You know that ice cream stick? There's a way they use it to build house. Use it to. There's so many things. Even battery.
There's this one. There's this one that we usually do. It's fan. There's when you arrange the paper, you now put a hole, you now put a stick in it. Then you start running, then the fan will start spinning.
Then you build a boat, you put on water, it will now float with paper.
Even battery, this small radio battery, they use it. Children, I don't know how they connect it. They will just, in fact, children get brain. They will just bring small wire with that condemned battery. That's when I'm talking about battery, those small type of battery they use for radio. So they will bring that wire. There's a way they will connect it and connect it to something that will be, in fact, even me confused that time.
You see, we were really innovative there. Yes. I mean, our innovation on that level, as crude as it would be, we were quite innovative. Another thing that I will remember with fond memories was my dad's early car when I was pretty small. But anyhow, let's look at this feature on vintage cars, and then we'll talk a little more on cars.
The beauty of the Nigerian automobile market is its diverse nature. Beside common luxury cars and modern cars, you can also find iconic vintage cars. Some of these cars include the Volkswagen Beetle. This is the most loved vintage car in Nigeria. The Volkswagen Beetle is the queen of all 19th century vehicles in Nigeria. It was seen at every nook and cranny in the country, and it was loved by all. The car became widely known in its home country as the Käfer, which is the German word for beetle. Who doesn't love the Mercedes-Benz 230e? This is one of the classiest vintage cars ever made. The exterior and interior of the Mercedes-Benz 230e has always been very attractive. You will definitely get a chic feeling when you see the fine leather used in the interior design of this vehicle. It is then finished with a beautifully polished exterior. This brand is for sure one vintage car you will want in your garage as part of your vintage collection if you fancy such. The Land Rover Defender 90 is one of the most rugged vintage cars ever made. This car is not only pretty, but also possesses great strength and durability. It is a powerful and classy vehicle that has maintained its ruggedness from 1980 till date. The Citroën DS is a vintage car that is easy to own. About 1.5 million units of the Citroën DS was made at its production period, which was a 20-year run. Only a Citroën DS today will make you stand out. Only someone that knows the worth of this car today would like to buy one and care for it as it should be cared for. Remember the Peugeot 504? Of course you do. In the 80s and 90s, the 504 was a trendy vehicle to own. A lot of those cars were bought by the government, and members of the Nigerian civil service were given the Peugeot 504 as their official cars. The Jaguar Plus Classic is also called the Jaguar XJ. This is a full-size luxury salon car manufactured and marketed by Jaguar Cars from 1997 to 2003 across 2 generations. This is the vintage car for automatic lovers. An automatic transmission is one eye-catching feature of this vehicle. This car model was given birth by a short-lived collaboration between Plus and Jaguar car manufacturing companies. You will want to have this car in your vintage collection as it is no more produced. The Mercedes-Benz 220S is a high-performance, beautiful vintage car. This car is a pride among any collection of vintage Mercedes cars. This particular model does not only look good, but also feels great from the driver's seats. This car brings a beautiful vibe from the days of yore. The Ford Mustang is one of the most outstanding vintage cars. It paved way for more embrace of high-performance cars. This car is one of the most recognizable car models in the world's automobile history. It had the most successful product launch in automotive history. Volvo 244 is a classic car that was popular all the way from the 70s to the 90s. Its staying power was largely due to its durable assembly. With more than 2.8 million vehicles sold between 1973 and 1992, the Volvo 244 was one of the most important vehicles ever made by the Swedish car company. These vintage cars are just a handful of vintage cars ever made. If you have the opportunity to own or get into one, make every moment of it count.
I know, see Volvo, but
no, my own is the best 230. You understand? When we rocked it back then, man, it was looking like we were the big boys in town. You understand?
Just tell me you're sitting down. I'll be sitting position.
I'm telling you. 230. And the engine was so powerful. Now we love the Volkswagen, the only car that has the boots in front.
The Volkswagen was popular then.
Yes, the Volkswagen was in front.
Yeah, the front was the boots, then the engine was at the back. So there was this joke back then. The guy was looking for the engine in the front, and who stole my engine? Back then it was very popular.
I remember that the tortoise car when my dad would say don't go out to play and everything. Then he goes out. Once you hear my dad's 504. Coming from a distance. If you see the speed...
that 504 was my best car then.
You will see the speed that will... I see the house that is scattered there. There's a way we arrange that house.
That split seconds. The house will come back to normal.
I mean...
You now wonder how do you do it?
So, I don't know if you ever believed that we were that quiet. Everybody just quiet posing in the house.
They don't come in, they will just look at everybody. Can't get me water.
My colleague was telling me about then that they had to ask them not to watch TV. Okay, that's
my best car.
I remember when my dad had this car.
Like this
Once this car is arriving, everybody in our street knows. So my colleague was saying that the father told them not to watch TV. Then they're always watching TV. So when the father comes, he will just put his hand on the TV. When they are all he don't put his hand on the TV. The TV is hot. Hey, what have everybody doing? So now they devise a way of cooling it. I think they'll put soak a towel in cold water and just try to put it place on it to meet it to be cool. But then until one day when the water got into the TV and it sparked, he said, when the TV sparked, he said to spark twice there to go off. So when he see it spark the first one, they just quickly put it off. So when the father came, how's everybody fine? He just put on the TV and the TV just sparked the second one. He said, Daddy, you're spot.
This one, you remember how we set the TV area? Wait, you don't the show. Wait, you don't come on.
Stay there. Hold on. Just leave her there. No, come on. Oh, I just remember something. Did you guys set traps for beds? Oh, with a stick.
Yes, with a stick.
Rope. Don't set the trap. Keep the food. You put corn. You now be watching the pigeon. From afar, pigeon will now go.
Oh my God.
Just touch it.
Oh God. I chop pigeon time.
People will not play.
This thing that you said about their TV, I remember one of my friends, her own is anytime they are frying plantain. The father doesn't want anybody to eat that plant, so they will tell them whistle. So as you are frying the plant, If you just keep quiet, that means you're eating the plantain.
Cecil, you just made my day with this particular program. Thank you. There is this program back there titled Willy Willy, where a ghost comes out to hunt a woman called Chalem. Willy Willy, that's you.
That Willy Willy. The day when I watch, I laugh. I can't see where they carry gun, they shoot two spirits. The spirit, they run. I said, I don't see when they watch that time.
I'm telling you.
But I won't blame them.
It was
interesting there. I see. It was as funny as it may be. It's just like what some of this Indian film I watch now. You imagine somebody is falling from upstairs. Someone is in Wuse Market. He will not call Shalem. Shalem will rush from Wuse Market.
They use toothpick. As in toothpick.
And catch the pace.
Indian movie.
Oh God. Hello.
Well, all the same, whether you're a writer, producer, I respect you. It's not easy.
It's not easy, seriously. Good afternoon. My name is Mary from Delta State. I remember those days when I used to play Game Boys. Game Boys is coming. Boys is okay. Boys is coming. Boys is coming. Tinkle with. Okay, I don't get that very well. I am Ramon from Lagos. Cecil, thanks for your program, but you guys forgot to talk when we use 10 kobo to buy Ekanagoin Sakara Babadudu. Okay, yeah, that was when 10 kobo. When 10 kobo could buy so much.
1 kobo, 5 naira. 1
you
naira.
had money. You took 5 naira to school.
My name is Ibuku Danimola. My game that year is in and out center. NTA, stop.
Which of them?
Yeah, so in and out, enter, in and out.
Okay, yeah, there's when you now pause, in and out. I can't remember.
Is it change your style?
Okay.
Another one.
Willie, they say that,
like that?
What Willie is holding is called Kana Kana.
Kana Kana?
Okay, Kana Kana.
Yeah.
Raise it.
I don't even know the name.
Did you play it?
I did. What let me
If
try.
I tell you that I don't know the name, my own is I'm rolling something.
You just roll.
Yeah, I knew that I was just rolling it. Actually, I'm not happy this afternoon, but you guys just made. Actually, I'm not happy this afternoon, but you guys just made my day. Just remember back in the days. What about Quito? Scandals then. If you don't have it then, you have to go and disturb your parents to get it.
The shoemaker that used to
You
sew
guys
my
are
own
doing a
Quito.
good job.
Oh, lovely. Cortina.
Cortina.
We have Cortina. We have.
Then girls, we have basket shoe.
Basket shoe. That one, I think it
okay.
was in the.
All right. So what there's this artist when he released this song that year, I was very happy. I sang it. It's Bez. Bez sang. Play that stupid song from the days when we were young. Everybody sing along. Everybody say, ooh. Boju, boju. Bass and praise. Boju, boju. Ojuju kalaba. Tinko, tinko. Play that stupid song. All right, so I guess that's going to be the end of our program. That's what we used to end the program. I know, even me too.
I used to be a champion of this thing.
I want to show you my talent.
We used to cut things.
Okay.
Oh my God.
We'll do this behind the camera. Let's play that stupid song and then we'll do this again next week. My name is Cecil. Bye-bye.
No, don't do this to me.
Play that stupid song from the days when we were young. Everybody sing along. Everybody sing. Play that stupid song from the days when we were young. Everybody sing along. Everybody sing. Hey, boju boju. That's a stupid song. Ojuju calabar. That's a stupid song. Tinko tinko.
NTA. You can't beat the rich.
Good evening and welcome to Nationwide on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. President Muhammadu Buhari has left Abuja for Paris, the French capital, ahead of the African Finance Summit. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports that the summit will focus on reviving African economy following shocks from coronavirus pandemic and getting relief, especially from increased debt burden on countries. President Emmanuel Macron is to host the summit, which is expected to draw major stakeholders in the global finance institutions. Participating heads of government are to collectively discuss external funding and debt treatment for Africa and private sector reforms. During the visit, President Buhari will meet with the French president to discuss growing security threats in the Sahel and Lake Chad region. Also to be considered are political relations, economic ties, climate change and partnership in buoying the health sector, particularly in checking the spread of COVID-19 with more research and vaccines. President Buhari was seen off at the airport by the Minister of the FCT, Muhammad Musa Bello, Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, Acting Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, Director General, Department of State Services, and other senior government officials. The Catholic Church in Nigeria has used the occasion of this year's World Communication Day to send an advisory message to internet users, especially in the country. At the commemoration mass, which held at the Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria, Abuja, the Catholic Church admonished internet users to refrain from using their mobile phones for spreading fake news. Ekene Ndulwe reports.
The continuing threat of hate speech and fake news proliferation in Nigeria has been a source of great public concern. This is because of its threat to peace, unity, stability, and corporate existence of the country. To check the trend, the federal government has invested billions of money in enlightenment and advocacy campaigns. The Catholic Church has now raised the bar in this advocacy against hate speech and fake news. In its World Communication Day message, the Church frowned at what it called armchair journalism and nudged journalists to always make efforts to verify information they disseminate.
We want to encourage in Nigeria, come and see model of journalism. Somebody on the spot, empathic journalist that will report events, actual events, because the person was there to see the events and feel the pulse of the people.
Because journalism is not just a career, it is actually a call, a vocation, a ministry.
It wasn't all hard knocks on journalists. The presiding bishop at the Mass, Bishop Dennis Isuzo, appreciated journalists for sacrifices they make as watchdog of the society. Bishop Isuzo also admonished Nigerians to show greater responsibility in the use of the internet by desisting from spreading unverified information. In Abuja, Ekene Ndulwe, NTA News.
Joining me in the studio to discuss more on this year's World Communications Day is the National Director, Directorate of Social Communications, Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria, Very Reverend Father Michael Nsikakumo. You're welcome to Nationwide.
Thank you very much, Matthew.
The theme for this year's World Communications Day is Come and See. What informed the choice of this theme?
Come and see. Thank you. Come and see has a biblical background. First, starting with Jesus encountering his disciples for the first time, would-be disciples, and first he asked them, come and see where I live, because they asked him, where do you live? Before you want to follow me, come and see me, get to know me from my base. And another biblical background will be the Samaritan woman by the well Jesus encountered. And after the interaction and dialogue, she ran into the village and told the villagers, come and see the Messiah, one who knows me as I am really. So it's through that come and see process that people come to know by themselves, not just what they are told, but the truth as it is. So that informed that choice of the theme. But applying that theme now to the use of the modern media, particularly the social media, is just first that the church is aware that these technologies are great gifts to humanity. It can reach out to more people, it's building families, it's building relationships, but it also has the capacity to destroy not just families, but even the world at large. So the church is calling everybody to be cautious and careful. Check, recheck, seek to know, verify before you spread, before you share. And all that is in view of trying to make sure we have a sane society, because there's a lot of danger inherent even in this beautiful gift of technology.
Now that you've laid the foundation that started over 2,000 years ago through in the time of Jesus Christ, and then narrowing it down to what we have at the moment, which is the use of technology to spread fake news,
right.
Beyond cross-checking the facts that were put outside there for many people to see, what extra thing should we still do to ensure we don't damage the fabric of our society?
Thank you. In the first place, we must make more facts about social media, the inner workings of social media known to people. And that highlights the need for media literacy. Because the technology of social media is more like loaded gun in the hands of many people who never have training or whatever. So while they enjoy the beauty of it, in quote, they are not aware of the danger inherent. So first, media literacy must be emphasized. Media literacy. Secondly, it's good for people to know that there are interest groups that are behind the use, the production of this social media technology, who indeed manipulate it in order to maximize profit. So social media, as it were, according to research, has been made in such a way that fake news spreads 6 times faster than normal good news. Because fake news thrives, lies and sensation thrives. And that is what the church is calling our attention to, all of us. Gone were the days when we had professional journalists like you, great job you're doing here, where they are trained, they understand the ethics of journalism and everything, but now everybody with the phone is an amateur journalist, as it were, and they don't even know what's happening. So we are saying, before you click that button to share, verify. And if you are not sure, better don't act. And don't share what you don't believe in, what is not good, or whatever will not build the society and enhance peace. No matter what, because in the end, we all need peace, and there is no price too much to pay for peace.
As we commemorate the World Communications Day, another issue of public concern is the hate speech. Now, what should the role of the media be in this regard? Obviously, the Nigerian Television Authority is taking a leading role, but there'll be need for more support as well.
Absolutely. Hate speech is evil, no matter where it comes from. Hate speech is disrespect for human dignity. Hate speech is disrespect for truth. So everyone in the first place must search their heart. No matter the side you fall into, no side makes it right to embrace hate speech. Whether you are in government, out of government, there is no excuse for hate speech because truth is sacrosanct, truth is sacred, and everybody must struggle to imbibe that. I think media literacy still goes a long way. I must salute the effort NTA is doing on the hate speech thing, and but let us push more, rather than speaking too much about regulations and sanctions. Let us concentrate little more effort on formation. Too many Nigerians, I want to limit myself to my country, not to talk about the world, do not have access to media literacy, media education. They don't even know that's why people are easily manipulated. So media literacy is very, very, very important in our secondary schools, in our primary schools, even on our television programs now. And it will really help a great deal.
Very Reverend Father Mike and Sikak Omo, I'd like to thank you for coming on Nationwide today to bear your thoughts on the World Communications Day 2021.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much, NTA.
We appreciate it. I've been conversing with Very Reverend Father Mike and Sikak Omo, who is the National Director, Social Communications Directorate of Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria. Let's move on Nationwide and tell you that activities marking the 57th anniversary of the Nigerian Air Force have continued with an interdenominational church service at the Air Force Base, Abuja. The crux of the sermon of the service hinged on finding individual and national identity for peace, unity and patriotism. Defense correspondent Najat Tijani reports.
For 57 years, the Nigerian Air Force has been known to defend the nation's airspace. Although the changing nature of security threats has necessitated certain changes in its strategy, its identity as the nation's air power still remains. This identity has been the unifying factor in joint security operations, a fact which is being celebrated at this interdenominational service marking the 57th anniversary of the force. No wonder the sermon taken from Matthew chapter 16 verses 13 to 20 hinges on the message, "Who do people say I am?" The question Jesus asked his disciples.
We are a family. The Air Force is a family. And we have to know ourselves. We have to identify ourselves. We have to say who he is.
In its 57 years of service, the Nigerian Air Force has made strides in several areas, including the induction and reactivation of aircraft, the commencement of in-country periodic depot maintenance, and the winging of several pilots, including female fighter pilots.
We have been able to support the ground troops in all their operations, and we have also carried out independent operations, and which have yielded a lot of success.
Other activities lined up to mark the anniversary include seminars, medical outreaches, and the inauguration of a telemedicine center in line with COVID-19 protocols. In the meantime, the Nigerian Air Force is calling on all Nigerians to identify as patriots and support its mission of defending the nation's territorial integrity. Naja'atu Tijani, NTA News.
From Kaduna State comes a report that a strike looms this Sunday by the Nigeria Labour Congress to protest downsizing of workforce, as stakeholders say dialogue is the best option of resolving issues raised by the state's government and labour union. Suleiman Abdullahi Regachikun has details.
Kaduna State government under Governor Nasiru Ahmed El-Rufai prioritizes massive investment in infrastructure. To achieve it, government came up with reforms aimed at boosting the state revenue sources, including right-sizing the workforce both at the state and local government levels. Government insists expending over 90% of its revenue allocation on personnel costs is unsustainable. For Kaduna State claims it paid wage bill of 3.13 billion naira to more than 31,000 civil servants out of 4.49 billion naira received from Federation accounts. As Nigeria Labour Congress announced planned shutdown of activities to protest sack of workers, government says will not allow labour unions disrupt development of the states.
We have issued a circular
directing all MDAs to open registers, attendance registers, so that we take attendance of those on level 14 and above that may refuse to come to work. Those below level 14 should continue to stay at home until we issue a circular to recall them.
In an interview off camera, Chairman of Trade Union Congress Kaduna State Chapter says members will not participate in plant shutdown. Stakeholders frown at grandstanding, advising the state government and labor union to settle their differences at the negotiating table.
I therefore appeal to the government and the state National Nigerian Labour Congress to say please and please continue on the dialogue table.
Dialogue is the best option. A principled conflict management expert said, you should continue to dialogue and dialogue and dialogue.
The best way out right now is dialogue. Government must accept to dialogue with labor, with its workers.
The warning strike is for 5 days. Suleiman Abdullahi Gachkun, NTA News.
It's time to join Adeola in our Lagos Network Center for the continuation of Nationwide. Hello, Adeola.
Hello, Ayo. Good to see you. It is no longer business as usual for hoodlums perpetrating traffic robberies, unleashing mayhem on unsuspecting motorists and members of the public along Igomu-Apapa axis, as the Lagos State Task Force on Environmental and Special Offences have ejected illegal squatters and demolished all shanties harboring criminals under Igomu Bridge. Musa Toliat completes the report.
It was an enforcement that did not happen from the blues, as a few days ago, a quit notice with a 3-day ultimatum was publicly issued to illegal occupants of the Igamu underbridge. That notice, the chairman, Lagos State Task Force on Environmental and Special Offences, CSP Shola Jejeloye, says was not the first. He says the illegal squatters under the bridge and owners of abandoned vehicles had earlier been given 6 months' notice to vacate.
We want to make this place very, very habitable. We want to create a very good environment where everybody can do business, where we can know what is the real cause of the gridlock. We'll tackle it, we'll destroy the bottleneck, and there is free flow of traffic, and there is no traffic robbery any longer. Sometimes they create artificial traffic. And one of the areas we can key into this, we can do our own bit by fulfilling all righteousness, is by demolishing all these shanties.
He noted that relevant government agencies, including Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Lagos State Waste Management Agency, LOMA, LASPAC, and security agencies have been mandated to take possession of the area for cleaning up and managing the area. In Lagos, Musa Tolian, NTA News.
Now, the federal government is encouraging Nigerians in the diaspora to complement efforts at solving pressing medical and health challenges causing capital flights. Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa, stated this while inspecting the Cancer Center and Specialist Hospital in Lagos, set up by Nigerian doctors in diaspora. Diana Ajali reports.
Current statistics by Nigerian cancer organizations and resources shows that 102,000 new cases of cancer were diagnosed in 2020 alone, out of which 72,000 patients died. Over the years, majority of cancer patients embark on medical tourism abroad to assess treatment based on more effective service delivery and availability of standard equipment. To change this narrative, Nigerian doctors in diaspora have set up an international cancer center and specialist hospital, fully equipped with the world-best facility.
We wanted to deliver the best care
for patients. We wanted to make sure that all the treatments we offer are of international standards. So not just obviously for radiotherapy, but for chemotherapy, for surgical therapy as well, which is why we have the modular theaters, we have the day unit for the chemotherapy.
Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa, commended the effort with assurance that the federal government will continue to support such initiatives that will boost healthcare services and national development.
With this here in Lagos, you don't need to go abroad for anything that's with cancer. Even your comprehensive medical test and a few other things, you don't need to go abroad. This for us is a very worthy investment and really good news.
As researchers continue to ascertain causes, preventive measures and treatment of cancer, the facility has brought a renewed hope that death related to the ailment will gradually reduce, as early detection is key to effectively manage cancer cases and other non-communicable diseases. In Lagos, Diana Ajale, NTA News.
We'll take a break now. Nationwide will continue thereafter. Please stay with us.
My name is Boss Mustafa, the Secretary to the Government and the Chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19. I've just had the rare privilege of taking my first dose of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, and I can tell you that we are doing very well in terms of our response and the administration of the vaccines all over the country. As strategic leaders, we are supposed to lead by example, and the President did precisely that on Saturday with the Vice President, and we are continuing in that particular direction. The essence of taking these vaccines is to help us really fight this COVID-19 virus, and the combination of the non-pharmaceutical measures and the vaccine is the way to go in 2021 and thereafter.
Visit our website on www.nta.ng for more news and updates, or follow us on Twitter at NTA News Now. You can also like us on Facebook at www.facebook.com/NTA Network News. Stay connected and subscribe to our YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/NTA News Online. Watch our news live streaming at www.nta.ng/live. Contemporary times require practical skills to remain competitive and relevant in your organization. Therefore, take advantage of NTA TV College short proficiency courses to sharpen your professional skills. Intermediate camera operation techniques. Date 17th May to 11th June 2021. 4 weeks. Electrical power, earthing, lighting, UPS, inverter and solar system. Date 31st May to 4th June 2021. 1 week. Studio broadcast equipment and OB operations. Date 14th June to 18th June 2021. 1 week. English grammar and pronunciation for broadcasters. Date 28th June to 23rd July 2021. 4 weeks. The course fee for the 4-week course is 100,000 naira per participant, while the course fee for the 1-week course is 40,000 naira only. Accommodation inclusive. Venue for all the courses is the serene and secure environment of NTA TV College near Old Government House, Rayfield, Jos. For more inquiries, please call 0806-980-9807. NTA TV College, Jos. Training you to be the best you want to be.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview channel 264, or live streaming via www.visiontv.co.uk. Application for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
You're welcome back. No fewer than 22 underage girls allegedly brought to Ogun State from Akwa Ibom State by 2 child traffickers for prostitution have been rescued at a brothel by the Ogun State Police Command and handed over to the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons (NAPTIP) for further investigations. Yemi Dalimo reports.
The girls, who are between the ages of 10 and 14, were allegedly brought to Lagos by a suspected child trafficker under the pretense of providing job for them at a restaurant as sale agents so that they can be sending money to their parents in Akwa Ibom State as a way of rendering financial assistance. However, upon their arrival in Lagos, they were brought to a brothel in Iteleota, Ogun State, and lured into prostitution where their mobile phones were seized to discourage them from contacting any of their relatives. Receiving information on the illegal activities of the traffickers, Songwater Divisional Command of the Ogun State Police Command swung into action and rescued 22 underage girls at the brothel.
We were able to arrest the manager of the hotel and some other suspects that were met in that particular place.
Some of the victims, who claim to be orphans, say they are ready to start a new life.
I think I don't get father, I don't get mother. Why do you carry me to Ajo? I should come and do this one. He tell me don't worry.
The girls and the 2 suspected child traffickers were later handed over to the officials of the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, Lagos Zonal Command, for further investigation on the matter. Ogun State Police Command and NAPTIP say effective collaboration among security agencies will put an end to cases of child trafficking in Nigeria. In Abeokuta, Yemi Dalimo, NTA News.
In another development, Kaduna State Police Command has apprehended 5 suspected rail track vandals at Dudley Village in Jamal local government area and recovered 2 trucks loaded with locomotive railway sleepers. A statement by the command's public relations officer, ASP Mohammed Jalige, says the suspects are currently undergoing interrogation and efforts are being intensified with a view to identifying all those involved in the destruction of critical national infrastructure. The police therefore advised the general public to disregard the video in circulation, attributing the vandalism to the Abuja-Kaduna rail track, as the 2 incidents have no direct link. Now, the effort to flush out criminal elements in Imo State is taking a new dimension as the State Police Command has relaunched a special police squad, Operation Search and Flush. Obianuju Nwosu reports that the State Commissioner of Police, Abutu Yaro, who assured that the team has been equipped with necessary tools, urged the officers to be professional in the discharge of their assignments.
Going by the recent security challenges in Imo State, security agencies have continued to evolve ways of tackling the situation. The relaunch of Operation Search and Flush by the Imo State Police Command is therefore one of the latest efforts aimed at ending the series of attacks on government and private facilities. The Commissioner of Police Imo State Command, Abutu Yaro, notes that the team has been equipped to achieve maximum results. He urges them to be professional in the discharge of their assignments and eschew all forms of compromise, stressing that their purpose is to ensure restoration of peace and security in the state.
You must comport yourself. You must be compliant with the tenets of operating in an ICT era. There must be decency, there must be comportment, there must be professionalism, and there must be maturity.
While warning that no form of cowardice will be acceptable, the CP enjoins leaders of the teams not to deviate from their mandate in order to achieve the desired result. The activities of the tactical team is expected to cut across the 27 local government areas of Imo State. In Owerri, Obianuju Nwosu, NTA News.
The Victim Support Fund has carried out a rapid assessment visit to Gaidam in Yobe State following recent attacks by insurgents that led to displacement of residents. The visit, the executive director of the fund, Professor Nana Tanko, says is in line with the directives from the VSF chairman, General Theophilus Danjuma, to assess damages inflicted by the insurgents and to have direct interaction with the displaced persons. Correspondent Yunusa Suleiman reports.
Places visited by the Victims Support Fund team led by the Executive Director, Professor Nanatanko, include some internally displaced persons camp in Gashua, where they met and discussed with the affected persons to know their needs. The delegation, who also sympathized with the community and security agencies, equally visited the military base in Gaidam, inspected fire service station where the insurgents bombed down some vehicles, as well as General Hospital Gaidam, in addition to the district head of the town.
We have seen some of the challenges here. We have spoken with people. We are open to also hear if there's anything you think the general can do to support you in the work that you are doing. To assure you that he is available and the victim support is available to give you whatever support is possible.
Victims often have been here in Nigeria and they've been supporting our state for a long time.
The Executive Secretary of the State Emergency Management Agency, Mohammed Goja, says Yobe State government decided to write to the Victims Support Fund seeking for its intervention in view of the magnitude of humanitarian needs of the affected persons in the area. In the Matru, Yunusa Suleiman, NTA News.
For more reports on Nationwide, let's join Frama in our Jos Network Center for more reports. Good evening, Frama.
Good evening, Ayodeji, and welcome to Jos. NIN enrollees in Jos have commended the federal government for the extension of the deadline for NIN SIM data verification to 30th June 2021, with an appeal for more registration and verification centers in the state to accelerate the process. Felicia Daliob Samaila has the reports.
Acquiring the national identification number, which is now mandatory for accessing several government services, has been a challenge for citizens, hence the need for the extension of the deadline to enable citizens as well as residents obtain and link their NIN to their SIMs.
I have repeatedly come here more than 20 times. I have not gotten. And extension is good. And we commend the federal government for that extension.
Kudos to the federal government. I think with this development, a lot of people will be able to do the exercise.
To significantly accelerate the speed and ease of enrollments, residents are appealing for more registration and verification centers in the states.
We have too much centers in the state for the printing and this of editing and whatsoever that will not have this too much problem.
I have to leave my work and come here, and up to now I have not yet rectify the issue.
Maybe you want to change date of birth and other things, so they should create centers, not only the headquarters.
It's a good thing because more people will be able to enroll, and then it will be beneficial for all of us, both on the people and the workers.
The National Identity Management Commission had announced that about 54 million people obtained their NIN, which translates to 190 million mobile numbers in Jos. Felicia Daliob Samaila, NTA News.
The Industrial Training Fund, ITF, is set to live up to its mandate of promoting and encouraging skills acquisition for effective and efficient human capital development to meet the needs of the economy. The Controller of Immigration, Plateau State, Kemi Nandap, stated this during a courtesy visit to the Director General Industrial Training Fund, Sir Joseph Ari. Rere Silvanos Lot has details.
The Comptroller, Immigration Services, Plateau State, Kemi Nandap, noted that the ITF, being a leading agency in the economic growth of Nigeria, is one that cannot be ignored, especially in the area of training. She solicited for partnership in equipping the staff of the immigration services for self-reliance.
We're looking at avenues or ways where we can actually key into the training programs for our officers, whether in terms of vocational skills, either management or leadership training, or even our retirees.
Director General Industrial Training Fund, Joseph Ari, said, in view of the executive order of the federal government as regards the ease of doing business in Nigeria, the ITF is set to improve the human capital and economic fortunes of the country.
In collaboration and partnership with the Immigration Service,
would be a welcome development. We cannot but come together so that we can harness, our strength and resources together.
Both organizations agree that everything possible will be done to reverse the negative narratives about the country. From the ITF, Rinret Silvanus-Lot, NTA News.
And that's it from Jos. Nationwide continues with Agatha in Benin after this message.
Nigerian youths are about the greatest asset the country has at the moment. It is therefore not surprising that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari is strategically responding to the yearnings of the youth through multiple projects and programs. Youth entrepreneurship support years by Bank of Industry, the Youth Investment Fund by the CBN, and several other conditional cash transfer programs. Recruitment of 774,000 social workers, majority of whom are youths, and so many other projects that are beneficial to youths directly or indirectly. If the administration can do all this, definitely with a degree of patience and time, it can achieve more. Nigerian youths must come together to say no to terrorism, no to vandalism, and no to all disruptive tendencies. Hashtag Youth for Greater Nigeria. Pacifying the youths, unifying the nation.
NTA News 24. A 24-hour news station brings to you news and happenings 7 days a week.
News at 10 a.m., news update at 11 and 1 p.m.
News desk at 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. and late evening news at 11 p.m.
Follow us on any of our platforms and keep abreast of events and current affairs within and outside our shores.
We are on DSTV channel 419, Go TV channel 46,
StarTimes channel 101, and Free TV channel 703. Join us.
For staying on Nationwide, and this is the Benin Network Center. The Catholic Pontiff Pope Francis is advocating the promotion of freedom of the press at all times. This is contained in his message as the world marks the 55th edition of World Communication Day. Dennis Temple reports on the celebration in the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin.
The Pope's message, delivered by the Archbishop, emphasized the need for all to verify sources of information before spreading such information. He wants policymakers to provide safer grounds for media practitioners to function.
Let us verify every news we hear or read about in the social media before accepting or propagating it.
It's very, very apt. It's reminding us more and more of the news for what in NTA we call eyewitness news.
The theme of this year's celebration is Come and See, Build Stronger Bond of Unity.
The government should be up and about and see journalists as the partner in progress.
As Christian media practitioners, we are expected to uphold the truth of Christ through the use and practice of our communication skills.
Highlights of the celebration was the blessing of tools by the Archbishop and a Thanksgiving offering by media workers. A lecture preceded the celebration in Edo, where the Catholic Media Practitioners Association of Nigeria, Benin, was encouraged to reflect on the opportunities and challenges modern means of social communicating afford them to communicate the gospel of Jesus Christ and be agents of positive change.
In communicating and covering our news, in transmitting whatever we transmit, we must bear in mind that the bottom line to bring about unity of mankind.
Members of Kampan agreed that responsibility devolves on them as they carry out their professional duties to promote both the gospel and societal values. In Benin, Dennis Temple, NTA News.
To security now, the collaboration between Edo State government and other key actors on security matters to address the spate of criminal attacks is yielding results. Goodluck Inaini reports on the measures taken by government in tackling the problem.
Edo State, like other states, continue to experience a spate of violent attacks across its jurisdiction. This trend assumed a dangerous dimension from the beginning of 2021 when kidnapping for ransom became a booming enterprise. Murder, cultism, rape, farmer herders clash, trans-border crimes and armed robbery have also become more common. The incident of the Nigerian American who was kidnapped and killed after ransom had been paid, the kidnap of the head of service, the rape and murder of an undergraduate Vera Omozua, and attacks on communities and farmlands in some parts of the states are some examples of this notorious trend. It is in response to this security challenge that the state government inaugurated a vigilante network to gather intelligence, build trust, and ensure adequate security across the state.
Just to make sure that no part of Edo State is habitable for criminal elements.
My area, not the area with the hot before, but now everyone don't come down.
This is work which all of us will join hands together and support them.
Security agents should be alive to their responsibility and also learn to keep confidential issues reported to them.
Observers want government to press on until a new climate of safety returns to Edo State. In Benin, Goodluck Inaini, NTA News.
And that's our package. Ayodeji in Abuja has more nationwide.
Back here in Abuja, let's tell you that the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, as at 15th May, confirms 41 cases of COVID-19 in the country. A breakdown indicates that Lagos has 16 cases, Yobe 14, while Rivers and FCT recorded 3 cases each. Akwa Ibom and Bayelsa states recorded 2 cases, as well as Edo, which recorded only a case. The 41 new cases bring the total number of confirmed cases to 165,702, while 156,412 patients have been treated and discharged, and 2,066 persons have died, unfortunately. Bauchi State Primary Healthcare Development Agency has commenced the administration of the second dose of the COVID-19 vaccine, with a call on the people to continue observing the non-pharmaceutical preventive measures. Mahmoud Ibn Muhammad reports.
Having already vaccinated over 47,000 people with the AstraZeneca COVID vaccine, Bauchi State has recorded over 80% success in the first phase of the exercise.
The guidelines worldwide is to receive the second dose between 3 to 12 weeks. And the longer you stay before receiving the second dose, the more protection you will receive according to the available studies.
Appeal to our people, to the population in Bauchi State, not to be complacent in the sense that to think that COVID-19 has passed. No, we are still with COVID-19.
9 weeks since the administration of the first jab, the State Primary Healthcare Development Agency has begun administering the second dose of the vaccine with Governor Bala Muhammad, his wife, the State Deputy Governor, some senior citizens and frontline workers.
The response that we have gotten in terms of percentage is very encouraging. We want to call on the federal government to work with the states to make sure whatever needs to be done is done, to deploy resources to procure these vaccines for total coverage of our citizenry.
We have to know that the vaccines are not a perfect fix
for COVID-19 infection, we still need to practice other precautions, like wearing masks, social distancing, hand washing, until public health officials say otherwise.
With only 14 cases so far under management, the state has recorded only 540 cases this year with no casualty. In Bauchi, Mahmoud Ibn Muhammad, NTA News.
Ibadan Network Center is next on Nationwide, and Kemi will be telling us more. Good evening, Kemi.
Thank you, Ayodeji, and welcome to Ibadan. The need to involve people at community level in decision-making towards resolving security issues in the country has been emphasized. This was part of the resolution at the Peace and Security Summit in Ibadan. Larry Belay completes the report.
It is a symposium on the worrying security situation of the country, attended by political bigwigs, members of the House of Representatives, traditional rulers, and the governor of Ekiti State.
An issue that calls for deep reflection from all of us as Nigerians, the question of security and safety in our country.
The guest speaker, who talked on four-dimensional framework for building peace and security in Nigeria, recommended as panacea to the country's insecurity challenge the urgent need for stakeholders to go back to community engagement.
The problems of security that we are witnessing in Nigeria, they emanate from communities.
What the government is supposed to do in the first place, which is to at least recognize the traditional rulers constitutionally, they have to come back to that.
We need to educate people that they must be cautious of security.
We all have to understand that there's a problem and we can't keep living in denial, and that's what the lecture has been about.
Today, what is that problem that everybody wants to solve like this? It is tearing us apart. Case of insecurity that is ravaging Nigeria from the south and the north.
With the theme, National Security and Peace, Role of Government, Citizens and Institutions, the symposium aims at providing sustainable solution to the nation's current security challenges. In Ibadan, Larry Bilayi, NTA News.
Islamic scholars have admonished Muslims not to let the benefit of fasting in the month of Shawwal, which comes after Ramadan, elude them. They gave the admonition while speaking on the next 6 days fasting, said to be equally rewarding for the faithful. Wasiu Rauf has more.
The commencement of every month of Shawwal, which is the 10th month of the Islamic lunar calendar, hence the 30 days fasting of the month of Ramadan. The month of Shawwal, like any other month in the Islamic calendar, has certain obligations on Muslim faithful to observe, particularly fasting for a number of days during the month. It is against this background that Islamic scholars emphasize the significance of the month in the life of every Muslim. They therefore urge Muslims to utilize the opportunity therein to fast for 6 days and engage themselves in other rewarding good deeds during the month of Shawwal, as it was prescribed by the Prophet Muhammad.
The tradition of the Prophet said, whoever fasts 30 the whole of Ramadan, and he now follows it up with 6 days in Shawwal, Allah will reward him as if he has fasted the whole year. Quran says, when you do one act, you will be rewarded in 10 manifold. Meaning that if you have fasted 30 days in Ramadan, you have 300 days.
We urge all Muslims to fast Sita Shawwal during this month of Shawwal. And there are no advice for the women who breaks their fast during the month of Ramadan to complete it before starting their Shawwal.
The scholars also noted that the month of Shawwal is part of preparation towards Hajj. In Oshogbo, Wasiu Rauf, NTA News.
And that's it from Ibadan. Ayodeji, it's back to you.
Thank you, Kemi. The national president of Nigerian Association of Women Journalists, NAWOJ, Ladi Bala, has added another feather to her cap as she bags the award of a distinguished fellow of the Institute of Strategic Entrepreneurs of Nigeria. Thomas Ogbetere was at the ceremony.
Institute of Strategic Entrepreneurs of Nigeria says the award to the president of the Nigerian Association of Women Journalists, NAWOJ, Ladibala, was in recognition of her passion and contributions towards the empowerment and education of the girl child.
I'm one person that has been very passionate about the plight of the girl child in northern Nigeria. So on my own, I do go to schools, to encourage young girls to see that they are priceless, to encourage them to understand who they are, that the fact that they are girls, they are not less human beings, that whatever the society says about them is not exactly who they are. That they have all the potentials and they have all the opportunities to become who actually God has created them to be.
Ladibala received the award alongside 29 other notable Nigerians, including the Emir of Buhari Area Council in the Federal Capital Territory.
To support them to do more, to go beyond their necessary environment. If they were actually empowering 1,000 people before, let them empower 2,000 people. Let them go about to talk about how to be able to enrich a larger society, not just the immediate society, so that we can be able to muzzle up with other nations that are doing greater things in the entrepreneurship space. So that is what we expect from them.
So that don't depend on the government alone. There are things we can do on our own. And sometimes we don't even follow the instruction. We don't follow the rules and regulations. We default.
NAWOJ President Ladibala advised women to ensure that more of them are elected into office during the 2023 general elections. In Abuja, Thomas Ugbetere, NTA News.
Now let's talk sports and start with the Nigeria Professional Football League, where the much-anticipated return of Super Eagles captain Ahmed Musa is underway now as Kano Pillars are taking on Adamawa United in a match day 21 fixture of the Nigeria Professional Football League. At the end of first half of that encounter, it's goalless because the match is live on the NTA Sports 24 on Star Times Channel 270, Star South Channel 434 and Free TV Channel 731. In other results, as at first half of match day 21 of the Nigeria Professional Football League, O.C. Martins scored the lone goal so far for Lobby Stars of Makudi as they lead FC Ifeanyi Uba by a lone goal after the first 45 minutes, while Warri Wolves are losing by 2-0 to visiting MFM FC of Lagos. Let's join Amanzi Marcos now for more reports on other sports stories.
The Brazilian Charles Oliveira is now the undisputed UFC lightweight champion after a round 2 technical knockout of Michael Chandler in Houston, Texas, USA in UFC 262. 16,000 fans at the Toyota Center watched 31-year-old Oliveira beat his American opponent and capture the title vacated by the retiring Khabib Nurmagomedov. Oliveira expressed joy in defeating Chandler as earlier promised, while Chandler on his part was magnanimous in defeat, paying tribute to the newly crowned champion and promised to fight for the title within the next 1 year. In basketball, Los Angeles Lakers legend Kobe Bryant has been honored even in death as he was inducted posthumously to the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. The 5-time NBA champion died last year at 41 in a helicopter crash alongside his daughter and 7 others. Bryant's widow, Vanessa, offered an acceptance on his behalf, thanking the late star for being the best husband and father. With sports update, Manzi Marcus, NTA News.
You can get more news and updates on www.nta.ng or follow us on our Twitter handle at NTA News Now. You can also like us on Facebook at www.facebook.com/NTA Network News. And also stay connected and subscribe to our YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/NTA News Online. Also remember to watch our news live streaming at www.nta.ng/live.
Now let's Tell you before we go that President Muhammadu Buhari is on his way to France for the French capital ahead of the African Finance Summit. Of course, State House correspondent Adamu Sambo told us that the summit of the meeting will focus on reviving African economy following shocks from coronavirus pandemic and getting relief, especially from increased debt burden on countries. The president, who was seen off at the airport, was seen off at the airport by FCT Minister Muhammad Musa Bello, Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, Acting Inspector General of Police Usman Alkali Baba, Director General, Department of State Services, and other senior government officials. Participating heads of governments at the summit are to collectively discuss external funding and debt treatment for Africa and private sector reforms. During the visit to the French capital, President Buhari will also meet with the French president to discuss growing security threats in Sahel and the Lake Chad region. Also to be considered are political relations, economic ties, climate change, and partnership in buoying the health sector, particularly in checking the spread of COVID-19 with more research and vaccines. And that's nationwide this Sunday on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. Remember to connect with the NTA to stand against rape and rapists to be a star. On behalf of the entire production crew, good evening.
NTA, you can't beat the rich. Nigeria, our great nation with vast and rich land. Our people are strong and united. Our founding fathers, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and a host of others bequeathed us a united, peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Let us honor them by living in peace with one another. Let us eschew violence, ethnic profiling, and religious bigotry. We must avoid hate speech and other forms of derogatory words against our fellow Nigerians. Let our differences in tribes, cultures, religions, or politics be the ingredients that make our unity palatable. Let us all join hands to fight our common enemies of insecurity, poverty, and unemployment. Nigeria is big enough for us all. Let's unite to make our country a great place for us all. This message is from Sir